Please joining us for the first time or have attended the last 2 editions and are here again, please celebrate yourselves. How many of us attended the last year's event? Is anyone here? Okay, we have them, and I'm sure they're still coming. All right, thank you very much. The theme for this year's event is current and emergent cyber threats and learning practical defense strategies. 2, we're going to be sharing proven cybersecurity methodologies and strengthening individual and organizational cyber resilience. Thirdly, we're going to participate in hands-on activities like live penetration testing and ethical hacking games. And of course, network with other leaders in the industry. So you see, you're in for a ride today. Now I'd like to ask another question. Have you ever forgotten your password and had to click forgot password more than 3 times in a day? Who else here? Apart from me, I know I'm one of those every time. I can see some hands up there. Thank you. Yes, I can assure you that you are in the right place to learn just how to overcome these challenges. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, very distinguished guests, may we please rise as I invite Anna Grace to give the opening prayer. Please put your hands together.
That will boost our CV and make us, oh Lord, go higher than what we are supposed to be in the name of Jesus Christ. That we will leave this place pleased, happy, comforted, and getting more information that we need to get from here in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, everlasting Father. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Thank you very much, Anna Grace, for the opening prayer. Please remain standing as we sing the national anthem to give honor to our great nation, Nigeria. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, I noticed that whenever we attend events like this, we end up not noticing the person next to us. So what you're going to do is, you're going to look at the person next to you, Mr. UDOH Michael.
Thank you, Sandra. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is UDOH Michael said. We conceived this idea 4 years ago. Now we are very direct with what we want to achieve. We want to make this event the biggest ethical hacking conference in Nigeria, and as time goes on, we'll spread to Africa. And Immonex ICT is a data management company. We provide data security services, digital training. So it's my pleasure to welcome everyone to the 3rd edition of the Hackers Secret Conference. Please put your hands together. I want to encourage us that there are a lot of resource people who are lined up to give us everything that we need as beginners in cybersecurity and ethical hacking. So we have a lot of resource people available. Thank you so much. Thank you. So once again, welcome to THSC 2025.
Thank you very much, Mr. UDOH Michael, for the warm words of welcome and for reminding us why we are gathered here today. Coming up next is our first keynote speech All right? Our first keynote speech coming from an accomplished cybersecurity professional and the Group Chief Information Security Officer at First Bank of Nigeria Limited. He will be speaking on the topics AI-powered threats and defense, zero and trust security models. His representative is here today and he'll be speaking on this topic. It is my honor to welcome on stage the representative of Dr. Harrison NNAJI. A round of applause, please. Okay, so while we wait for him, does anybody want to share any fun fact about cybersecurity? Because I want to believe that we have professionals here, right? We have professionals here. So tell us a few things while we wait for him. Who wants to tell us something about cybersecurity? So what you know about it? Who wants to share? Want to share any information? You want to let us know something in vogue now? The latest? Anything? So while we wait for him, he's already here. Who wants to tell us something? Today's going to be very much interactive, so prepare to share what you know, prepare to ask questions. All right, you want to say something? Okay. So, oh yeah, somebody wants to tell us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him, for the boldness.
Thank you very much. I think as cybersecurity beginners or experts, we should always have it at the back of our mind that cybersecurity does not start from the internet, and it doesn't end on the internet. We have to be security conscious of our environment, our physical environment, because cyber attacks are performed by, humans physically. So
maybe I will have to take my part.
The attack may be, it may start physically. So we need to be conscious of our physical environment too, as cybersecurity.
Thank you very much. We need to be conscious about our cybersecurity environment, physical environment most especially, not just online. Thank you very much. Our representative is here.
Good morning. Okay. Please, I need the energy in the room, really. I hope we are all fine. Okay. So I will start off by introducing myself and cyber risk management unit within First Bank of Nigeria, PLC. I'm representing Dr. Harrison NNAJI. I'm sure you're all familiar with him. And also, I have been a very prominent face in cybersecurity for a very, very long time. Very, very long time. It's good seeing very young people either in cyber or interested in joining cybersecurity. I just recall like 24, 26 years ago, I think I was also in the same position. And, it's a bit confusing sometimes, if you have interest in cyber and you don't have anyone to guide you or mentor you. I don't know, is the presentation off? Okay. Because that screen will lock if you don't attend to it. Yeah. terms of the presentation. Okay, I think it's fine. Let me just flow through that. So basically, this is the table of content that we're going through this morning. AI powered threats and defense, and of course zero trust models. Those are the two presentations, and really they speak to, you know, where we are today. I remember many years back when I came into cybersecurity, AI and today. They were not there. Basically, a lot of organizations didn't even know when they were under attack. So the situation then is that we used to say you have two kinds of organizations. Organizations that are under attack and organizations that are under attack, but they don't know they are under attack. Because basically you had no visibility. And if you don't have visibility, the assumption is that you are not under attack. But the reality could be you're under attack and you are not aware. But today, I think we've crossed all those hurdles. Today, you just count the number of attacks that you're able to fend off on a day-to-day basis, which run into their thousands. So we'll be looking at all that. And second, you can move to the next page. AI-powered threats and, threats and defense. So because today we can see and feel and experience this attack. So basically, because of the volume, humans, we are prone to error. Unlike before, where you have in a year, you see an organization say we were attacked once. But today, with the kind of volatility we are witnessing, you're having like 15,000 attacks on a day-to-day basis. How many people in terms of operation can you throw out 15,000 attacks? And with AI-powered attacks, these numbers are increasing. They are growing exponentially. So you can't go to a battle, gun battle with what? With knives, right? Have you seen armies going to war? Why one of the other side is carrying knives and then the other guys are carrying guns? Who is going to win that battle? Who is going to win? Yeah, of course. The ones that come with guns, of course, is victory from the onset. So basically, that is what AI leverage has given to both sides. So organizations today are adopting AI in terms of their defense systems, whereas threat actors and cyber criminals are doing what? They are also leveraging what? AI. A basically would be an introduction to AI-driven attacks, characteristics of AI-driven attacks, and of course, future of AI-driven attacks. And then we'll be looking at the impact of AI-driven attacks and then mitigating against AI-driven attacks and a call to action. Just have this in presentation mode and run through it. Just use the key buttons. Sorry, what is the issue? Okay. Just give me 1 minute. Thought that stuff was right. Okay, that's the power cable, because this laptop might just go off anytime. You know, network, because some of these emails might find their way into your system, and then you need to carry out further analysis in order to actually prevent or mitigate potentially malicious attachments that they might have actually, or droppers they might have even dropped on your within your environment. So SQL injection. So there are attacks, really, malware to exploit security gaps. These attacks are growing in their numbers, and basically, with the rapid nature of this, growth, one way to combat this attack is to introduce AI, because what is the capability that systems, and most especially AI, has given us? It's speed and accuracy. But of course, there are a lot, to that, because when I started my career years back in technology, the typical saying is garbage in, what? Garbage out. So, today I was listening to CNN, and, someone was, a reporter was saying that recent research shows that AI engines are actually giving out false information, and it's intentional. So the core of AI, the LLM, if you inject false data, what will happen? What will happen? Typically, garbage in, garbage out. So if you train an AI with wrong data, what will it give as output? What will it give as output? Wrong information. Basically, that's computer science. It's garbage in, garbage out. So we will look at all that, but like I said, today cyber attacks are prevalent and considered some of the most critical risks faced globally today. Traditionally, cyber attack utilize manual techniques such as phishing, SQL injection, malware exploitation. These methods were time-consuming, require significant human involvement, and followed predictable patterns, allowing security defenses to often effectively block them. Like I said, those days, typically, you came to work looking for exploits. In fact, years back, I didn't have to think a second to identify a phishing mail. Phishing mail those days typically had wrong grammatical errors all over them. Who had seen a typical phishing attack probably 5 years or 10 or 7 or 8 years back? You just say, come, what illiterate is writing this? They're filled with errors. And that's why years back, when you want to sensitize staff on phishing attacks, you typically will tell them to look out for spelling errors. Is that not true? But today, is it the same? It's not. If you train staff in terms of sensitization and awareness to look out for spelling errors, as a method to identifying a phishing attack, you're not living with reality. You're not living with today. Basically, these mails appear to be written by very enlightened senior executives. That's the way typically a phishing attack email today reads. There is no difference. Professionally written, grammatically correct, and business-like. So things are changing rapidly. And I tell you, when you look at some of these mails, you will know that it is not just humans that are writing them. Typically, a lot of AI intelligence is being used to generate those phishing attacks. So things are rapidly evolving. Let's go to the next page. So AI-driven attacks, basically, AI-powered cyber attacks leverage AI and machine learning algorithms and techniques to automate, accelerate, and enhance various phases of cyber attacks, which includes, the vulnerabilities, vulnerability identification. Today, if you are an organization and you say you are still running manual vulnerability identification, basically you're wasting your time, because your infrastructure, it runs into how many it counts. For a typical IT, you might, when you take a count of your IT infrastructure, it runs into their thousands. And just mind you, it requires just one exploitable vulnerability for an attacker to actually leverage and gain access, and of course, crystallize or even carry out a fraud within your infrastructure. Just one exploitable vulnerability. And you, as the blue team, you need to consistently have visibility in terms of the current state of your infrastructure, and also carry out remedial action before the threat actor is able to even identify these exceptions. So, really, if you look at AI-driven attacks, the speed, the coverage, and basically the techniques have changed. And if you take a typical attack today and look at it, you'll find out that really these attacks are not just human. They are not carried out by humans, but basically they are aided to an extensive level by the use of AI algorithms. So like all AI algorithms, the one used by AI powered by cyber attack can learn and evolve over time. This means that AI-enabled cyber attacks can actually adapt to avoid dictation or create patterns of attack that security systems can dictate. Yes, when you look at a typical attack, basically the attacker will want to understand the environment. But with deployment of AI, within a day, I can run through an organization, understand their technique. In fact, run through all information that organization has on the open web, get to know the organization, get to know their technology, their infrastructure, and then prime an attack, and of course, leverage those information to gain leverage into that organization. What are typical characteristics of AI-driven attacks? One is, can you go to the next page? Attack automation. So basically, for an AI-driven attack, the first thing is to automate that attack. And with generative AI enabled tools today, an attacker can easily automate an attack and execute that attack with very minimal human intervention. I've seen these payloads deployed within the environment basically carry out programmed action, conclude those actions, auto delete the logs and also clean out themselves, and that attack becomes invisible to any tool within the environment. This is not, science fiction. It's not. These attacks, I've witnessed them live, where these payloads, automated payloads, dropped, like if they have a mind of their own. You see their interaction. You see them after executing the playbook. You see them then delete logs and then expire themselves and become invisible. So these attacks basically are leveraging AI. And of course, the speed in which they are executed tells you that there is no human interaction that could actually, operate with such speed and capacity. Sorry, are you having problem moving the slides? Move it to the next. Yeah, so. Then the next point would be, efficient data generation. I spoke about this, where basically you're using AI to gather a lot of information. Because if you want to carry out an attack, the first thing is for you to carry out reconnaissance. Typically, that is the playbook of an attacker. Reconnaissance. You need to have information on your target. And today, with AI, driven systems, you can carry out a reconnaissance within a very short time. Very short. And of course, you can do this without being dictated. Because unlike a human that would have some level of physical interaction with data, probably you're asking someone or you're trying to call in, but AI can actually go into both the open web, dark web, gather information that is available, and then present this information to the attacker. And the attacker can then, leverage this information to then, carry out further prompting and automation in order to carry out attack. You can go to the next page. So customization, of course, in terms of customization, we say one of the essential capabilities of AI is data scraping. Yes, because with AI you can scrape data. With OCR, you can actually scrape data, have this data unlike where it's just like I'm trying to read through some of this presentation. I'm finding it difficult because but with there was something I demonstrated to a colleague where I took a handwritten document and basically gave it to an AI, and it converted it to text. And if I was to read that document myself, I will suffer my sight to be able to read it. But with optical character recognition, the AI engine was able to take that handwritten document. I don't know who wrote that document, but it was basically a handwritten document that was scanned. I offered it, and of course, it used a number of predictions to say, oh, if this is looking this way, it must be an X and all that. And then with large language model, it was able to then evaluate the context and the sentence, auto-corrected it, and it had a near perfect translation of a handwritten document within seconds. Within seconds. So this tells you the power of AI. And of course, adversaries and organizations, legitimate organizations, are also putting this to good use. Unlike before, one of the challenges when we say when we talk about data and data management, you understand, is of course the integrity of that data. But today, with AI being able to read off tests, you find out you're having more accurate data. So organization, in terms of data scrapping, in terms of the data integrity feeding into their systems, they're having better data. Unlike before, I remember many years ago, a typical teller, in a bank branch, you present a check. We had to see, input validation was a big thing those days, because you need to validate every single entry that a teller captures, because some of the tellers, because of this the queue of customers, I've had instances where a teller would try to enter 11,000 naira, enter 11 million naira, 11 billion naira. You understand? On the prompt. And if that data wasn't being validated at that point, of course, that would have actually ended up in the system, and that customer would have been credited that sum of amount. But today, with AI, data integrity is better, because the AI can not just about input validation. It, of course, uses a lot of inference and a lot of knowledge to then determine, this figure, does it look real? Have we had, so imagine if I want to enter 11,000 and I enter 11 million or 11 billion. Of course, the AI with predictive analysis will be able to say, sorry, you as a teller has never captured this kind of figure before. It's impossible for this to be real. And it will then prompt you to say you should validate that figure. And by so doing, we're having better data for the AI to feed off and also take better decisions. So that's how the systems work today. But of course, it's not just being put to use by organizations, but also by threat actors. So reinforcement of learning is one of the characteristics of AI-driven attacks. They can learn from an attack they carried out yesterday. So if an AI attack is primed and sent into an organization, and through machine learning, the antivirus is able to then say, I think this is an attack. And the AI is then stopped. That attack is stopped. The AI, the next time that attack is run, it will look out for that exception that was able to dictate it. So the antivirus was able to dictate the attack today. Tomorrow, the prompting will be, there is an antivirus that asset. And he was able to pick me the last time through an execution I did that was exposed. Now let me go into stealth mode so that the antivirus in that machine will not even pick that particular activity I was running at that endpoint. So the capability for AI, generated attack to learn, self-learn by themselves, and then regenerate their attack sequence, actually adds tremendous value to how, attackers typically today, carry out attacks. Then, of course, data analysis, I've spoken about this. AI can be used by threat actors to study patterns, user behavior, security gaps before launching attacks. So typically, in terms of reconnaissance, once you send your AI, it could tell you exactly this guy comes in by 8, he runs this particular code by 10 p.m. and he closes. So if I understand that this is what typically this user does, I can actually sequence that same operation, so that if within that organization they have a system that monitors user behavior, I can actually carry out an action that will be tied to that staff, so that their own system, mechanism, defense mechanism, will not pick it as an exception. You understand? So it's a battle, it's a constant battle between the good guys and the bad guys. I sit where the good guys sit. We are always analyzing and readapting and re-engineering our systems. But we also see what the bad guys are doing. Because basically you see typically similar behavior that is accepted within your environment being run by an attacker. And that comes from what? Data gathering. The attacker has been able to gather the data, and because Apologies, everyone. AI-driven social engineering attacks. So basically, today, social engineering is, we thought it was an item that had died, but it has resurfaced. With AI, social engineering is even getting more brutal. I reviewed a particular case that was done with deepfake. So a staff joined a Teams meeting, like if you know Teams or Zoom, joined a session, and the MD and a couple of senior management staff were in that same call, and the staff ran through that engagement with instructions dished out to the staff. After that meeting, the staff executed those instructions, only to be, after the instructions were authorized, only to be contacted by the MD to say, sorry, who gave you this instruction? And the staff then said, we were in a session together, and you all told me, both the chief financial officer, yourself, and of course the other senior management staff, you people gave me instruction to authorize the transfer of certain fund. And they said, sorry, they were never in a call with him. So what has happened? Deep fake, social engineering, AI driven. So today you could be in a call with people and none of them is real. It was 2 days ago, I saw a video posted by Trump. Who saw that video? Who saw the controversial video with Obama? Yeah. Did it look real? It looked fake, right? Well, how do you say it looks fake? Why do you say it looked fake? Because it can't happen, right? But it looked real. But we all know it's impossible for that to happen. But you see, when I look at some of these AI generated videos, I'm scared. I get scared really, because just imagine after this presentation, you see, you find out that you see a video of me on top of this stage doing something totally different from what I had done today. Is that possible? Yeah, it's possible. How do I deny it's not me? So we're actually getting into a space where reality and fiction, or even total falsehood, becomes a very thin line. Because I could actually carry out an action and attribute it to what? Attribute it to what? To AI. So deniability becomes a big issue. It's easy to deny legitimate action. So I could do something, and when it's shown to the public, I say, sorry, it's not me. It was AI generated. So you see, these attacks, AI-driven social engineering, is actually going to get worse. Go to the next. Then AI-driven phishing attacks. I spoke about this. These attacks are getting better. I ran a phishing simulation, and someone reached out to me and said, "This is not simulation," and I wanted to understand why. He said, "There's nothing different between a real mail and what you call a simulation. A phishing simulation, should it look real or look fake?" Do you understand the question? If I'm running a simulation, a phishing simulation, should that simulation broadcast itself and showcase itself as a phishing simulation? No, because then it's not a simulation. So this person was concerned. He said, there is nothing typically different about this email and a real email. And I said, yes, because an attacker will not tell you that he or she is attacking you. You typically have to look out for what? For the attack. And what are you supposed to look out for? So I send you an email and I'm telling you to enter your user ID and your credentials, your password. Would any organization or even an individual ask you to do that? Would anybody ask you to do that? Throughout the course of my work history, I have not had any instance where I was sent an email, even by support, to say, okay, we need your password. It has never happened. So you get an email, and the email is saying, enter your user ID and password. And you go ahead and do what? Log in your user ID, log in your what? Your password. And at the end of the day, you say you did not know it was a phishing mail. What other indicators do you require? Do you require any other indicator? No, typically you don't. Nobody will call you. And I see this with customers also. A lot of people are phished and then they lose money. And when they lose money, they come saying that someone, hacked into their account and the person made away with their money. But when you then probe them further, what do you find out? Social engineering, right? That there is this very unique voice that they've called me a number of times. You know, the last one was the guy called me and said, see, I belong to, he said he belonged to a group, a WhatsApp group that I belonged to. And there is a token they just sent me to join a smaller group that I should give him that token. He said it's a four-digit code that I should give it to him. And I asked him, why do I need to give it to you? Let me use it to join the WhatsApp group that you have created. Then I called him back. I said, I'm still waiting for the group prompt so that I can supply the code, because I got the code. So I can supply the code and join. And when he saw he wasn't making any headway, he left. So this sort of attack is going to get worse. Of course, deepfake. Deepfakes are getting better. Those glitches, mouth movement, distorted mouth movement, they are disappearing. And these tools are basically being made available to almost everyone. If you go to TikTok, you could create these images within seconds with old pictures, with current pictures, with people's pictures. You know, they are very, very disturbing things I see, because always I'm also researching into that space and seeing what, you know, we have to contend with in the future. Then adversarial, you know, AI and ML, you know, machine learning and AI, of course. Like I said earlier, cyber criminals are leveraging AI and machine learning for attacks. Then, of course, malicious general purpose tools or technologies, those are also growing. And ransomware attacks are also being, you know, automated. Before, you needed to plant botnets and leverage multiple systems across different geographies to carry out, you know, a DDoS attack. But today, you could actually achieve that with the use of AI that would basically, you know, do all the work, heavy lifting for you, and then the attacks would happen. Okay, sorry. I just need to, so you can follow me. Let me log on to this system again. Apologies once more. Okay, so let the slide just come up so I can just run through the number of the slides. Okay, so AI-driven attacks in cyber kill chain. Of course, like I said, a number of these we have described earlier. Sorry, can you just go back? Reconnaissance, AI-targeted attacks. Of course, access and penetration testing. Sorry, just go back. Yeah. You know, like I mentioned, if you're running manual penetration testing on IT infrastructure today, basically you are not actually leveraging current technology, because it's gone beyond what you need to then get open source tools or get some a little bit of automation. This has gone way beyond that. So because you need to actually take cognizance of speed, take cognizance of, just imagine if you're using a human element to run penetration testing. How many hours can that person be up? The person has to sleep. The person has to go for lunch. The person has to go for breakfast and dinner. So basically, access and penetration testing today, AI is being leveraged a lot, both by, the threat actors and also the pen testers. Of course, payload delivery, AI concealment attacks. I mentioned a bit of this about how AI could help attackers get into stealth mode, where because they understand the technology that you're using, they understand how your technology behaves in terms of detecting and mitigating attacks. They are able to actually bypass these detections and carry out attacks without being, dictated. Exploitation, of course, AI automated malware, it's getting crazier. That is a reality. And of course, the action on objectives and of course multi-layered and AI, massive, these attacks. If you look at reconnaissance, intelligent target profiling, smart vulnerability detection, and of course intelligent malware, intelligent collection, automated learning behavior, and of course intelligent vulnerability and outcome prediction. So in terms of reconnaissance, all this can be leveraged using AI, intelligent target profiling. So I want to attack an organization. Basically, I use AI to give me every single information. I want to know the technology they are using. I want to know their work hours. I want to know their domains, available domains, because if I want to deploy a payload, I need to know the email. I need to get emails of staff, real staff. And of course, all this information are available on the internet. If you go to LinkedIn, a lot of people advertise their profile. They tell you where they work. So with their name, and of course, with a little bit of digging deeper, you can get the domain and you can get how they construct their email profiles. That is game over. I can deploy a payload through that stuff because I have information. So I'm looking for an IT, maybe an infrastructure management staff in IT. Where do I go to? Where do I go to? LinkedIn, right? The person, of course, is looking for the next job. But also, while looking for the next job, the person is doing what? Advertising to the attackers. And then if you go, okay, domain registrations, they are better because they max administrators' credentials and data today. But before I know that one area, I just go to pick very key resources in IT. Because when you go there, you just see all the administrators and you can just scrap those administrator emails and their name. And of course, you can then prime your attack to specific individuals. And of course, smart vulnerability detection and intelligent malware. So intelligent malwares, yes, I told you about payloads that could also, you can deploy and they self-execute within an environment. These are happening. And then intelligent collection, automated learning behavior. Yes, bypass, where you could bypass defense mechanism within an organization because you understand basically everything they are doing. And then intelligent vulnerability and outcome prediction. So instead of, before when you run a scan and you say, these are the vulnerabilities. But today, it doesn't stop there. When you identify the vulnerabilities, what next? Exploitable vulnerabilities. Because I don't want to exploit all the vulnerabilities. I want to exploit the vulnerability that would give me the most leverage and cost the maximum damage or give me the maximum value. So that's how it works today. You're not looking for vulnerabilities, you're looking for exploitable vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities that the payloads are already in in the open web. Then, in terms of access and penetration, of course, automated payload generation, phishing. These are, these two kits are available, and threat actors are not even selling them; they are gifting them for free. Password guessing, password cracking. Of course, today if you go to the net, you see exposed passwords, exposed credentials. Password dictionaries are being offered for free. So you want an Igbo dictionary, or you want a mix of recent exposed credentials, you get them, and you could use those to then prompt your password brute forcing and password guessing attacks. The intelligent capture attack, manipulation. A lot of organizations use captures, but captures can be bypassed. With OCR, the reason why captures came is that basically if a human being has to bypass a capture, it means, when those captures come, you say, okay, show me a bridge. And then the person has to indicate the bridge. But with AI, AI can mimic that. It's no longer security. Before, you required a human element to do what? Bypass a capture. But today, you don't. You don't, because AI can see, it can do what? Feel. It has sensors, it has everything. It can actually mimic a human. Then, of course, smart abnormal behavior generation, and of course, AI model manipulation, smart fake reviews generation. So there's a lot happening within that space. And when you look at delivery, AI concealment attack, also, of course, intelligent concealment and invasive malware. I spoke about this, so I won't spend so much time on that. Then exploitation. Intelligent lateral movement, where with a payload you could come, basically grow your assets within the organization environment. You don't go for the high ticket assets first. Basically, you go for the low rank staff, then you use that to get into systems first. It's a foot in the door if you're carrying out an attack. And then after that, you then do what? You then look for admin rights, because basically support team, what do? They support people. So most times you will see that they have had access to general systems, and they have admin rights, either local or on the network. That's how basically, some of these very smart payloads work in terms of access and, of course, lateral movement. And behavior analysis to find new ways to exploit. Of course, we discussed about that. Automated disinformation generation. A lot of this is happening with the AI-generated videos and AI-generated images. The intelligent self-learning malware, automated domain generation, action on objectives, and of course, denial of service attacks. I've discussed this. Please, if you can get to the next page. What are the future of AI-driven attack? Of course, increased sophistication. That is going to happen. We have AI-driven malware, real-time adaptation. So the AI, because it can actually reinvent itself, adaptation is not a big issue. State-sponsored cyber, sponsored cyber warfare. Nation states are today getting into, the cyber warfare. When Israel, Iran, Russia, Ukraine war started, it didn't just end in firing bombs, right? Infrastructures were being attacked. National infrastructures, like there was an attack in the rail system in Ukraine, and which brought the rail operation to a stop at a point in time during that warfare. And what is happening is basically when these cyber tools, war tools, are developed by nation states, by the government itself, it ends up where? With individuals. And these individuals then do what? They use it on where? Where do they use them? Where do they use these malwares? They use them on organizations. It's typical. So governments will sponsor the development because they want to cripple another country's infrastructure. But at the end of the day, these tools get into the wrong hands, and these wrong hands either sell them to individuals, and those individuals then use them for a different form of attack, which is fraud-based. So the development of this tool is to crumble infrastructure. But when it gets into the civilian space, they use them for what? Ransomware attacks. Because if I can hijack an organization's infrastructure, I could demand for what? Ransom. So that's how it works. Most of these tools you see today were not originally developed as civilian tools, but today they are within the civilian space. Of course, critical infrastructure targeting, like I mentioned. And then blurring lines between targets. Of course, today, those lines are thinning out. The distinction between civilian and military infrastructure is almost zero. So a nation, a country develops a malware and says they are going to use it to target another country's probably water generation system to bring it to an halt. You know, just imagine today if you have a single source of generating clean water for your citizen, and then I introduce a malware into that power plant, and it shuts down, clean water production. Everyone is going to do what? Get thirsty, right? And when your citizens get thirsty, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? If you can't drink water today, what will you do? You protest. And when you protest, what would you ask for? For the government to give you water, right? And if the government can't give you water, what happens? You do what? Someone said you find an alternative. Typically, that's how we Nigerians behave. But in Western world, what would they do? You guys don't know what? You protest. And you do what? You ask the government to do what? Step down. That's what they do. But in Nigeria, we will seek for what? Alternative. Someone said we'll seek for alternative. Maybe if it's gota water. You go and get alternate source of water and drink. So yes, this is how, the future of AI-driven, there will be a very thin line between civilian and military, armament. Then, of course, the economic impact, rising costs. Organizations today are heavily invested in protection. In fact, today, being a cybersecurity specialist is like guaranteeing you a job for life. Is that not true? Is that not true? That's why we are all here, right? Or are there other motives? Okay. Today, I'm telling you, I spoke to an ISO 27001 auditor. He was getting to about 80-something years, 87. And he was still auditing. Fatty. And I asked him one day, I said, when are you going to retire? He said, whenever you take over the job. That's when he said, you guys are not coming to replace me and you want me to retire. Imagine at 80-something, he was still going around the world. He was auditing. What is the retirement age? In Nigeria, 60 years. At 87, how many extra years has he put in? 27 years. And because he was still what? Relevant. So organizations, in fact, there is a huge shortfall of cybersecurity professionals in terms of need, not just in Nigeria, but globally. Even with the advent of AI, I don't think cybersecurity jobs are going to disappear. They're not going to disappear. In fact, it will get more relevant. Then, of course, increased security investment, like I said, it's growing. And then emergence of quantum computing. You know, of course, we know all about this quantum threats that are increasing with quantum computing. You know, I met, I think, is it Neil Armstrong, one of the guys that went to the moon, one field orbit lunar landing. I met him in US many years ago, and once within the very short timeline of discussion, one thing I took away that's still memorable to me till today is what he said. He said the technology that took them to the moon, that the mobile phone we use today is more advanced. I don't know if you got me. The technology that took man to the moon, the mobile phone typically any of us is using today is more advanced than that technology. And that's why you should not just use your phone for receiving calls. You should not just use your phone. You know, a lot of people, you see them, they are carrying phones of 5 million, 6 million. And what do they use those phones for? Calling and receiving what? Calls. That's all they use them for. But the technology that took man to the moon, you are carrying something in your pocket that is more advanced, and all you're doing is making calls with it. It's crazy. Really, you got it right. It's really crazy. So, really, Africa, we need to really think deep. Because even if you can't develop technology, at least use it. Use it well. So evolving cyber protection strategies, of course, the future of AI attacks is going to change. There will be more holistic defense. Of course, there will be continuous adaptation of AI in different mechanisms. But for me, the future outlook is not bleak. It's basically very positive because we will continue to leverage AI, and of course, it will make our life easier. I remember a typical SOC analyst before the introduction of AI. An analyst, in fact, when I set up a SOC, it was the first incursion into the SOC implementation, and typically we had to just stay awake looking at the screen. We have to stay awake looking at the screen for dictations. And I just imagine how long will I spend my life looking at screens instead of actually living my life. But today it's better because you have systems that can actually, orchestrate, correlate, and even take action autonomously, and then give you reports. So the SOC analyst's life is not going to be spent looking at screens in the future. Basically, it will be for you to then program systems for better detection. The impact of AI-powered attacks, you can go to the next page. I'll just quickly run through this. Threat to privacy and security. Of course, this is a big concern. Today, we speak about, privacy. I think it was this week, I was discussing with someone, and I said, it was a forensic engagement, cyber forensic engagement, and I said, see, with privacy, laws, privacy legislations, the forensic person is basically meeting a lot of challenge, because a lot of data that used to be available when you are investigating, you now need to go and get either a court authorization or a police recommendation for you to even move further. But this information was everywhere before now. But today, they are all redacted. I want to see I'm doing an investigation on probably someone that is using an email account to send a threat to a staff. And the person has used one of the public email service providers. That server or system that the person sent that mail from is redacted. Unlike before, I could run a tracer and I'll pick the system that sent that mail. Today, it's not available. I have to go to where? To court. To then get an approval, to then be able to access that information. So data privacy, while it has its positives, also have its restrictions that is putting on investigation. Economic impact, it's also an issue. You understand, AI-driven attacks have economic consequences by causing disruption or damage to business and organizations that rely on machine learning models. Yes. And then increase in threat level, of course, with AI-driven or powered attacks. There is increase in threat level across every single domain you can imagine, because AI is a general purpose tool. You can put it to any use, positive and negative. Then, of course, challenges for cybersecurity professionals. The complexity of AI-driven attacks requires specialized skills, causing a knowledge gap. You can see, even in forensics, AI is having impact. Today, I think about 2 or 3 tools that I was, going through learning. Those tools have adapted. They are using AI. So, unlike before, where I have to go after my investigation, I have to then correlate and then generate report. With these tools, you could prompt the AI, and the AI will generate the reports, management report, detailed reports, and all kinds of reports. It will tell you the findings and all. So there is less work for the cybersecurity professional. But of course, on the flip side is that attackers are also leveraging this power of AI, and it is getting more complex for you to be able to even carry out investigation. So it's really a flip side kind of issue. And then legal and regulatory implication, of course. Organizations may face increased regulatory scrutiny and need to comply with new laws like data privacy. Also, legal accountability for damages caused by AI-driven attacks are still evolving. I just wonder where we started discussing about cyber insurance with AI and the capacity of AI-driven attacks to cause maximum impact. Cyber insurance, where would that be in the future? And then AI enhancing targeting, of course, we've spoken about reconnaissance and all that. And then erosion of trust. We spoke about deepfake. So like I said, it will get to a point where you will be looking at a video and you will say, come. Even you will question yourself to say, are you sure I'm not the person? Do you understand what I just said? So you see a video of yourself carrying out an action you did not carry out, but you will question yourself to say, are you sure this is not me? You get to that point, because hyper-realism, I'm telling you, these videos are getting stunningly realistic. I'm telling you. So it really, it's a big issue. Then, of course, national security risk, AI-driven attacks can target essential national services, posing risk to national security. Nation state may use AI-driven attacks for espionage or part of cyber, warfare. This is already happening. So it's not even in the future, it is here with us. Please move to the next page. So what is happening to even AI itself? Really, this is just a pictorial depiction of adversarial attack on the AI infrastructure. I told you when I started this presentation, there was a news in CNN where an AI specialist was saying that they are starting to witness where AI prompts, questions to AI are generating false outcome. And basically everybody was wondering, how is this happening? But attackers are already preempting the future. So they are corrupting data that is being fed to the AI core. Attackers are always thinking ahead. They don't think for today, they think for tomorrow. They know the way AI is going. Once organizations start using it, they will use it first to defend themselves. So why wait for that time when you can do what? Corrupt the system today. And how do you corrupt the system? By feeding it misleading information. I was on X last night, and Grok is giving some funny prompts. Who is on X here? Yeah. And you ask the AI in question, and it's giving some funny prompts. But you will see, it's typically of technology. Like when I said garbage in. So if I feed you with a lot of rubbish data, what will you give me? Wrong information. Because the system, technology can be smarter. No matter how we make it smart. It's like if you take a child and you train that child on all the negative things in life, will that child be better when he grows to an adult? It won't. So this is the analogy that attackers are already using. They are corrupting the system even before the system is perfected. And that's why today, organizations are actually putting out guardrails. So you adopt AI, you implement guardrails, and you don't allow external data mixed with your internal data. So you can also take, carry out correct analysis of non-toxic data. Because if you allow your data mixed with corrupted data, the system will give you what? Either wrong information or partially correct information. This is exactly what is happening today. So data poisoning is real. So data poisoning, model skewing, and transfer learning. Those are real. Those are happening already. And attackers are doing all this. Go to the next page. Next. So AI-powered defense. We've spoken about what the adversaries are doing, but in terms of what we as cybersecurity professionals are doing is also very important. What are the defense mechanisms? Of course, AI capabilities to fortify cybersecurity defenses. We are actually adapting this. I don't think there's any tool today that I'm using that does not have some level of, AI integrated into it. Predictive threat dictation. Of course, we are using AI to model these threats. Today, I get threat intelligence feeds on what the attackers are even planning in the next 2 to 3 months. So I have this feed. I can take actions. I could improve my dictation capabilities within my systems, my security systems. And I can take preventive actions or proactive actions to mitigate them. real-time defense. Of course, once I can build on this information, this advanced threat intelligence, I could then, prime my security defense systems or solutions to carry out predictive, more detailed predictive analysis, not defensive, but predictive. So I understand that this guy is going to come through this IP. He's going to try to touch on my firewall and disable it. He's going to try to then reach into my Active Directory and then run a golden ticket attack and then get admin credential. And then he's going to use this admin credential to then attack probably a database and then either corrupt the database or modify the database, affecting the integrity of data. I already know this. So it's like a thief coming into your house and you already had an advance letter. Before, years back, criminals used to write letter to streets in Lagos. Many years back, they will write and say, we are coming on this day. But when the police, the law enforcement got more emboldened, criminals don't have that audacity. So it's the same thing. If I have advanced intelligence and information, a criminal coming to my organization basically is going to advertise himself. So when he comes, I see him and I say, welcome. I can even walk him into a trap and then get all the details I need or more details I need about him or her and then run prosecution. So of course, enhanced user experience. AI-powered tools can simplify security management tasks such as user provisioning and access control. So basically, today, access management is one of the very, very tough jobs to do for anyone. Even once your numbers should be on 10, access management, because in organizations, you see people that left 20 years ago, their profiles are still running. Why? Everybody knows that immediately somebody leaves, you deactivate, and then you go across every system the person had access to, and then you disable the person's credentials on those systems. Because tail account is one of the leverage that threat actors use, because they are hardly being monitored, either by the owner, because the owner is no longer there. So if I log in with a tail account, nobody's going to complain. So that is one of the areas that every organization must manage, and AI is helping to do that. So what are the benefits? Go to the next page. We are almost rounding up. Benefits of using AI, of course, one is AI learns more over time, so it's self-adapting. AI identifies unknown threats, yes, unlike where it is known, you feed a system known threats and it then tries to match it, maybe through use of signature. With behavior analysis, like AI models or machine learning, it can actually predict an attack pattern, not a signature. Then better overall security. Yes, of course, with use of AI, you have better overall security because AI doesn't go to sleep, AI doesn't get tired, AI doesn't go for lunch, AI doesn't go for breakfast or dinner, and AI doesn't take leave. People that report to me, every time they will come, guy, we want to go on vacation. And I say, why must you go on vacation? The criminals are not going on vacation. So why are you asking for a vacation? But as humans, they must go on vacation. Then reduce duplicate processes. Once the processes are duplicated, efficiency just goes down. So AI is able to streamline. It follows the best and shortest route. That's how AI systems are designed. And of course, AI accelerates detection and response times. Of course, mean time to respond and mean time to dictate are automatically increased with the use of AI. Go to the next page, please. Of course, what are the challenges? Integration with legacy system. So I advance my infrastructure and then I incorporate AI. But how about my legacy systems? Integration with legacy systems is a big challenge. these legacy systems, and once you leave them isolated on their own, they're not being monitored, they're not being evaluated, because okay, I think I have overshot my time and I need to close right now. So I'll just conclude by saying that cybersecurity experts cannot afford to take a reactive approach to adoption of AI anymore. It's not a reaction. It's not when something happens, I will then implement AI. We have to take a very proactive stance. We need to understand this technology. We need to quickly adapt this technology and, of course, introduce it to our everyday operation, because it has promised to give us an enhanced operation, more efficient one, and of course the fear, because I see a lot of people, there is this fear factor in terms of adopting AI. They say it's going to take over everyone's job. You understand? But today we are all crying to do what? Have less work. So if someone is coming to do the heavy lifting, why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? What we as individuals need to do is embrace the knowledge, acquire it, and then be, professional subject matter experts when it comes to AI, and you will maintain your job. So that fear, for me, is non-existent. It's just for us to readapt ourselves, continue to learn and relearn, and then, of course, grow the knowledge. And, of course, you'll be a sought-after person and professional within the cyberspace when it comes to AI. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Emmanuel Okoroji for those transformative insights. It is now time for us to ask questions. At least you've spent some good time listening to that powerful speech. And now, from your own understanding, what do you think about what he has said so far? If you've got questions, please go to Google right now and type slido.com. Ask your questions live there. And we're going to be reading out your questions. My partner and I will be reading out your questions. And our speaker here will answer all of your questions. If you've got questions, go to slido.com and ask your questions. Are you ready? Okay. I'm going to read the first question. If AI is increasing, being integrated in the cyberspace, is there the possibility that it will replace people's jobs? If AI is increasing or being integrated in the cyberspace, is there the possibility that it will replace people's jobs?
Okay, thank you for that question. I will answer, because if you look at the evolution of technology, so if you look at the evolution of technology, you will notice that it follows a given pattern. Years back, when desktops and laptops became predominantly used by organizations, there was this fear that secretaries would not be needed because everybody could type their own memo and all that. I just joined the structured organizations then, and there was this rave that secretaries should be abolished. Organizations were buying systems, and the idea was that there won't be need for secretaries. But today there are still secretaries. They are not. We still have secretaries. They still carry out their job, even with systems. So basically what happened was there was a retooling, reskilling, and these secretaries are even paid better today than when they were typists. They used to call them typists then. But today there is a more refined name, say secretary, carries prestige. huge salary, but they just added additional jobs. So would AI replace cybersecurity professionals? I think I answered that question while doing the presentation. I don't know, definitely not. Would it lead to retooling, reskilling? Of course. And the only people that would suffer an adverse consequence of adoption of AI are people that are not adaptable. If you are not adaptable, you are not ready to reskill or retool yourself or relearn, then you might find yourself at the other end of the entire engagement. I hope that answers that question. Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for answering that question. Another question is, are there custom AI tools that hackers leverage to hack organizations, or do they leverage the same AI tools that regular users make use of, like ChatGPT and Gemini?
Okay, so if you have, I also try at the early advent of ChatGPT and Gemini and the other variants of the GPTs. I try to bypass the ethical boundaries that they have introduced, and I found out that they are really strong. When you say develop a code that will enable me to exploit a vulnerability, it just tells you, sorry, I can't do that. Earlier on, it was a bit, you could do that, but I think over time they are getting better. But yes, there are custom AI tools that attackers are leveraging, and those tools that exist, and also they are being propagated and actually given for free within the dark web operation. If you operate within that space, you will see those tools. They're there. And basically they are open source. They have even better and stronger algorithms than what has been released for our own public consumption. But from my knowledge and experience, they all operate on the same principles, and of course they have the same core.
Thank you so much for that answer, sir. Before we continue, it has come to our attention that some people in the hall do not have the code for the Slido website. If you have any questions, please log on to slido.com, slido.com, and enter the code 1728688. If you require any assistance, please call any member of the team you see passing by. Thank you. Back to you, sir. The next question we have is, where is the balance between a certified cybersecurity person with little or no experience and a non-certified 19-year-old who is self-taught and highly skilled?
Okay, I think the academic webinar that we had, I think was like on Saturday, we actually answered this question thoroughly. I will just give a summary to that answer. So, experience, self-taught, without certification, and you're certified and you don't have the knowledge. You see, the reality is that even as a recruiter, because I do onboard a lot of people, do assessments for people that are trying to join my organization. I have developed a mechanism for filtering out people that have no experience but have certification. There are a lot of that because Nigeria is basically a certification-driven nation. I've seen people without the body of knowledge, but you'll be surprised how they acquire some certain certification that require 11 years hands-on field experience. And you see someone that has done 2 years, 3 years work experience having a certification that requires 11 years field experience. How is that possible? But yes, it's a possibility. You could actually cascade those experiences and then be able to aggregate that 11 years within a very short timeline. And of course, you can write the certification and pass. We all know about dumps. People do dumps. I don't do dumps, but I know a lot of people that do dumps. They just go get an exam dump, read through it, and then the next day they go and look out if there are matches to the question, and they tick off and they pass. So all these things are known, and we all, one way or the other, either know or have done them. But the reality is this: that's why you have, assessment centers when you are joining organization, when you are giving a use case for you to then go through, when you are then put through an assessment center, you are asked questions on how you provide feedback. A recruiter basically would be able to differentiate whether you have the body of knowledge or you just went and did a dump and passed an exam. But how would I land it in terms of a young guy of 19 that does not have the requisite experience, hands-on experience by doing labs and all that, and does not have certification? Of course, everybody should be given an opportunity. If you can answer the questions you can demonstrate it. Of course, you should be given an opportunity to then acquire that experience in a practical environment. That would be my response to this.
All right, thank you very much, Emmanuel Okoroji, for those questions that have been answered. I really appreciate them. We're done for the questions and answer session right now. And please put your hands together one more time for our speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right.
It is now time for us to quickly listen to some of these important announcements. For those of you who have paid for the ethical hacking session, please, if you haven't registered, kindly go out there to the registration point and register. If you have paid and you haven't registered, please go out there and register. All right? And also, show your proof of payment on the platform. Please share it there, your proof of payment. Share it so that you can gain access, and that's your access code. All right? Share your proof of payment, and you'll be able to gain access into the paid ethical hacking session. All right, and now I'd like to invite our sponsors, if we have their representatives right now. Sponsor for Wema Bank, the representative, is it here? Okay. For sponsor for, or the representative for Africa Hack Box, are they here to? Okay, so we have them here. Please put your hands together for our representatives of AfriBox. Please come out here. AfriHack Box, yes. Please put your hands together.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma. Good afternoon, rather. Sorry. I'm Holaleko Motayo. I am the representative for AfriHack Box. So we are here to, train us on ethical hacking and cybersecurity, and how we can also use our platform. How can we use our platform to, to improve our skills as ethical hackers. So that's what we'll be looking at today. So I think that's all for now.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, do we have our representatives for Zenith Bank? Is anyone here? Okay, while we wait for them, do we have our representatives for Spectrum Phones? Our representative. Is anyone here? Nobody. Not for now, I guess. All right. And then WebWise Academy. All right, please, a round of applause.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Odoayo, and I'm representing WebWise Academy. WebWise Academy is a tech company, and we've been going on for about 6 years now. We are fully virtual, and we have courses in cybersecurity from beginners to advanced level. We have our flyers around, so if you want to register with us, you can contact myself or any other person putting on this branded t-shirt. I think that will be all for now.
Thank you very much for sharing those information. Now, building on while we will give room for the other representatives to speak later, since they are not available right now. I hope our second speaker is around now. All right, building on what the previous speaker had said, I'd like to welcome on stage our second keynote speaker, who is a seasoned cybersecurity leader and strategist with over 14 years of experience. He is the Chief Information Security Officer at Momo by MTN and will be speaking on a number of topics. 1, quantum resistant cryptography, preparing for the next frontier. 2, AI in incident response, speed, precision, and proactivity. 3, the human AI partnership in cybersecurity. With a resounding applause, let us welcome OBIORA AWOGU.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope I will not need, okay, sorry. Just some energy check in the room. How many of us are happy to be here? How many of us have learned something new this morning? Some people are not raising up their hand. Did they come late or they did not enjoy the first session? We all enjoyed the first session. Okay. The second session is almost like it, yeah, but I've looked at where some of us, okay, let me not assume, yeah. How many of us currently work in a corporate environment where you, as a cybersecurity analyst? So my assumption was correct. So how many of us are currently ethical hackers? Just a few. Yeah, so most of us here are quite new to cybersecurity, right? If you're new, raise up your hand. If you want to get to the top of cybersecurity, raise up your hand. Okay, see, that's why I have to change my presentation because I want to carry everyone along. You can put your hand down. I might also do the second presentation, but I want to charge you guys because there are a lot of things you're going to learn today. I know some people came, they came here because they want to learn ethical hacking, whether for good or the bad reasons. Yeah, but I want to charge you guys today. I started my career as a teller in the bank. Yeah, so most of you might be pursuing a cybersecurity career now, but you don't have an opportunity to do that yet. On the job, yeah. After our discussion today, you learn some critical insight on how you can get to your destination. I'll give you my story, and I'll also give you some insights that can help you. If you can't hear me, just let me know. I don't know how to shout. Okay. So I started my career as a, you can go to the next slide. I started my career as a teller in a bank. Of course, I read computer science and mathematics in the university. But my first job was as a teller in the bank. I was not happy, but it did not stop me. Yeah, because I knew what I wanted to do. At that point, I had friends that started in IT consulting firms. They were already doing something related to what we read. So I'm saying it because if you are here and you are hungry to build your career in cybersecurity, but you're not there yet, yeah, I think after listening to my story, you'll be able to push yourself if you have that self-discipline, because cybersecurity is a terrain that you need to keep on learning. You need to keep on learning. No, go back to the, I've not, yeah, the last slide. You need to keep on learning. These are just some of the certifications I have. Yeah. I'm trying to let you guys know that before I got a foot into the door, I paid some price. As a teller, I was writing some certifications. As a teller, some people were looking at me as if I was stupid. Why am I writing these things that are not relevant to my job? So wherever you are now, it does not stop you. If you have that discipline, if you have that hunger, if you have that passion, you've made the right choice coming here today to learn something new. And I want to tell you, do not take it for granted. As a teller, I was attending some of these sessions, trying to understand how I can fit in. Everywhere is quiet. Are you following me? Yeah. So today you've made the right decision coming here. And I just want to help you guys so that it does not go to waste. A couple of people will be coming up showing you some practical skills, some ethical hacking scenarios and demos. But for you to get to that level where you can do this confidently on your own, you have to build yourself. Personal development is very key. Very key. Emmanuel talked a lot on AI and all that. I didn't want to start sharing that again because my slides are also similar. So I just thought to let you guys get some guide that can help you navigate this. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah. So I didn't finish my story. So I started as a teller, and I was doing those certifications. I think after 3 to 4 years, I kept applying for jobs. But you know what they tell you? You don't have experience. You don't have experience. But it didn't stop me. I kept writing exams. I wrote my CISA, wrote my CRIX, wrote my CISM, all those things as a teller. Of course, I had some background. So it's not, I had some IT background based on my first degree. But I can tell you, it does not stop you. In these days, some of my best staff are people that read agric extension in school. It's just discipline and hunger and practice. A number of them read things that are not even related to IT. And they're very good at their job. So once you have that discipline, you have passion, and you are hungry to learn, the time you spend on social media start putting it into learning something new. Spend 3 hours a day to learn something new in that field you're interested in. It will surprise you how much you've done in 6 months. So the importance in our world today is that most businesses Don't worry, I'll keep talking about my story. I don't want to leave the slide on for a long time. Most organizations today have employed digital technology. And because now, as long as you are online, you could be attacked. They all need cybersecurity experts. They need ethical hackers. And to define ethical hackers, these are people that understand weaknesses of systems. They understand how to exploit a system, but they do not use that knowledge to do bad. They use it to strengthen the defense of the organization. So when you see an organization looking out for ethical hackers, penetration testers, and all the likes, it's not like they want to attack other organizations. They want those guys to use their knowledge to defend their organization. So if we are all interested in learning ethical hacking, we should understand that you can do a lot of good with it. You don't need to go the malicious way. You don't need to go. You can do a lot of good learning ethical hacking. So back to my story. So at some point, I went for a training, and I paid for that training. And in that training, I met some people in my organization, the IT, the security control team. They were also in that training. And they asked me where I'm from. I told them I'm from the same organization with them, the same bank. I'm like, what do? I said, I'm a teller. So why did you come for this program? It was a digital forensics training. Remember, I was a teller in the bank. I pay cash across the counter. But I was training myself. I was waiting for an opportunity. I didn't want the opportunity to come and they say, if you had this, we will have given you, you will have come over. You know, these days, when you go meet some of your benefactors, they tell you, if you had 2-1, we will have helped you. If you had a first class, you understand? So your job is when you get to school, you make sure that you get 2-1 or first class. So nobody will say, if you had, we will have helped you. So that's how you look at it. Those things that you need to get to your destination, you start doing it now. So that when the opportunity comes, it is not that time you start preparing for the opportunity. You understand? When the opportunity comes, you are ready. So opportunity came. Those guys say, we know one guy. We saw him in one training. But he's a teller in the bank. And that was how the head of unit, if he can pay for this training from his pocket, because the bank paid for them to go for that training, let's have him come for interview. And that was how I moved into I went for the interview and I passed. And that was how I moved into the IT, information system control field. So now, I need to have on-the-job experience. So you see, if I didn't do some of those things I did over the years, that opportunity will come and I would not get it. So you understand what it is. No matter where you are now, whatever you're doing, for you to be here, you are interested in being a cybersecurity personnel. For you to be here, you are interested in ethical hacking. So after these sessions we're going to have, my charge to you is to look out for resources that will help you sharpen that thing you have learned today. You don't need to be on the job to get, so there you can create your home labs. Test some of these things you're going to learn today. And it's going to give you leverage in the future. Start now. So when opportunity comes, you're ready. Start now. Next slide, please. I don't want to go through it, but what this is saying, there are a lot of opportunities. The threat landscape is changing at massive scales. And there's a lot of cybersecurity roles yet to be filled. Why? Because they are looking out for skilled resources. Skilled resources. Not someone that can run mmap and think he's a cybersecurity champion. They're looking out for skilled resources, people that can defend organizations. So when you're training yourself, you go beyond the basics. Learn the basics, then also go beyond it, so that you stand out in the market. Next slide, please. Okay, now I see why my colleague was using his tablet. Okay, the first is the cyber security skill gap. When you look at the landscape today, what you know yesterday might not be relevant today anymore. You understand? With a rapid change in technology, you need to keep learning to secure emerging technologies. AI is coming. Not AI is coming, AI has come already. So AI also have its security flaws. As security personnel, we also need to know how to defend against attacks within the AI space. So you start learning those things so that you don't get left behind. Educational gaps. For some of us that went to university, you remember we are doing, when you do some programming language, if you read computer science in school, there are so many schools that they didn't use computer to teach them computer science. How many of you are here? Yeah, you write your code on the board and you run it on the board. You say, this one go wrong, this one no go wrong. You understand what I'm saying? So there is already a gap in our education. People go to school and they come out and they face something different from what they read in school. So you see why we need to upskill. Very important, we need to upskill. Then also barriers to entry. You can get all that skill, and they tell you you don't have experience. It shatters you. And that's why I say, I tell people, don't worry, I'll rush through this. I tell people that when you, even though it's important to get certification, it's also good to learn, get some hands-on experience. Even at home, you can build your home lab, set up some of those tools. I'm sure they are going to show you guys a number of them today. Set up some of those tools and use them. So that when you go for interviews, you can tell them, I can do this, I can do this. When they now tell you to explain those things, because you've done it in your home lab, because you've done it somewhere, you can easily share that experience. You remember, for some of us that are Bible students, remember in the Bible when David went to the war front where Saul and the Israelites, Goliath was threatening all of them. Remember? And David came up and said, who is this useless guy threatening the whole army of Israel? For how many days he was there trained out, bring your best man to fight me. If I win, you guys will serve us. If you win, we will serve you. And for how many days, even the king, nobody was able. And David came up that he wants to fight. And they're like looking at him, see this small boy, where are you coming? What did he say? When I was in the bush, a lion came, I tore him. A bear came, I tore him. You know why I'm giving you that scenario? If you do some things yourself, when you go for interview, even though you have not worked in a corporate environment, you are able to tell them, when I set up my lab, when I did this and this, I was able to detect this and this. I was able to do this and this. You don't need to be in the battlefield to have some of those experiences. But when you are able to share that, you are telling the interviewer or whoever it is that, see, what I lacked was opportunity. But I've been able to build competence over time. And I tell you, continue my story. I got the job, and I've been able to move across some other roles. And most of the roles I've moved to were roles that I had not done before, as in on the job. From information system control, I moved to audit, IT audit. I had never done audit before. But you can see I have built some competence that I could go for an interview for audit, and I can tell them I can do, and I was able to convince them that I can do the job. What was the difference? I prepared myself. I did that job for a number of years before I got my first cybersecurity role. So you can see I had all those certifications, but I had never done a cybersecurity role. And I went for an interview for cybersecurity, and I was able to convince them. So it is not someone knows somebody, no. It was a consultant that did the interview. One of the big fours. So the bank outsourced it. So it is not, you cannot go there and play your way. I did the interview and I passed. What stood out again? Personal development. I have done some things that have helped me to get to that point. So wherever you are, don't look at it that, yeah, until you give me opportunity to do this job. Start preparing yourself. Start preparing yourself. There are a lot of resources online. There are a lot from YouTube. Cybersecurity is the only, let me say, is a space where everybody wants you to succeed. There are several groups. They are sharing free resources, free videos, how to do this, everybody. There are several resources online teaching you how to do one thing or the other. So all you need is that discipline and passion to study. Discipline to learn something new. Next slide. I think I'm not moving as fast as I should. Okay, so I was going through the Slido question, and I saw some people asking which is the best cybersecurity path to follow. How do I get into cybersecurity and all that? You know, that's why I felt that I think you guys need this session more than the AI session. You understand? So first of all, look at your person. If you are someone that is very curious, you like to know why things are the way they are, you like to fix things and all those things, you excel in this field. In the tech field, you're going to excel. Cybersecurity, you like to break things, you like to fix things, you're curious about why things work the way they are, you're going to excel. Those are the things that will let you know that you're on the right path. Your skills and ability, your existing strength, the job market demand. You see people going to school these days and they're reading some courses that you already know that when you come out, it's not going to be relevant. So even if you're going to a tech, if you're coming into tech, look out for those areas that will not be obsolete in the future. The number of things that are automated these days. There's a number of things that AI has made sure that there are some job roles now that might not be relevant anymore. Yeah. Why do I need to hire an analyst to be doing data analysis for me and all that? When I can pump all the data into an AI tool and it gives me, you even draw the graph for me, give me patterns in minutes, instead of giving all those documents to someone to help me analyze. all those interns in law firms, most of those things now, AI can do those things in seconds. So there are some rules. There's some rules that anyway AI cannot replace. We're going to we might look at that after this session, because it's supposed to be, to get the best, it's supposed to be human AI partnership. Yeah. That intuition, decision making still have to rest with humans. Yeah. But we'll get there. Then work-life balance. There was a time in my career, before where I am now, where every Christmas, December, Easter, you have to spend it in the office, because you have to do one or two things during that period. So sometimes, if you say, you like soft life and all that, tech, cybersecurity is not for you. Because you're working in an organization, anything can happen at any time. And you'll be summoned to come and fix it. There are several roles within that space that you have to be alert at every time. You are going for an occasion, you carry your laptop. Just keep it standby. Because anything can go wrong. So if you are not ready for that kind of life, it might not be suitable for you. But it's very, very important. I'm not trying to scare you. It's very interesting. See, I've not died now. Yeah. Next slide. I've been doing it for many years. I'm still alive. So building a good foundation, formal education, very good. Yeah. Not, like I mentioned earlier, it's not a silver bullet. Anybody can join the train. I've seen engineers that later went to read medicine and become doctors. Accountants that are wonderful engineers. You understand? People that read engineering are MDs of the bank. So it doesn't matter what you read in school. It's when you start recognizing where your passion lies, and you're disciplined to follow that, follow all the rigors that you need to get there. Formal education key, practical experience key, then portfolio development. For some of us that have been doing a lot of things, it's good to share them. Have a portfolio where, because these days, nobody has the time to sit you down and start testing you on a lot of scenarios. Yeah, do this, can you hack this? Nobody has that time. So aside showing certification, hey, I have this certificate, for you to pass that exam, it means you can do all this. So I don't need to test you. Or you have a portfolio, maybe a GitHub account, or where someone can go and see everything that you've done. You need to start doing that. As you are learning, you start building your portfolios. Very, very important. Most of the job I got in the recent past, I did not apply for them. Somebody just checked me somewhere or saw me somewhere, or checked my LinkedIn and called me for it. So you have to start building your portfolio as you're learning along the line. Very important. It's not, it's not like you are bragging. If they say you are bragging, brag. You need to tell people what you're doing, what you can do, so that opportunities will knock on your door. Very important. Then strategic job applications. Yeah, you need to go where things are happening. Next slide, please. That is my tab. Okay, so strategies for cybersecurity career success. Continuous learning. I think I've mentioned this earlier. Lifelong learning. You have to be a lifelong learner. Yeah, I have over 20, about 30 certifications. Yeah, some of them free, most of them are paid. But what does it tell you? I keep learning. You understand? I keep learning. I'm doing my 3rd degree, a master's in enterprise cybersecurity. I could always say that I don't want to learn anymore. I've already gotten to the pinnacle of my career. But that's not the pinnacle of my own career. Because I still want to do more. I still want to learn more. So you have to be a lifelong learner if you want to be in this field. Every day, learn something new. You don't know what that thing will do to it, but set you apart from someone else. 2 of you get to the final stage of an interview. Something you know that this person do not might set you apart. Continuous learning. Do not stop. Go for events like this, conferences like this, to charge you up. So you learn something new and set yourself apart. Professional networking, when you're in places like this, exchange contact. Some of you just go for events, you sit down and you leave. You did not make a friend, you did not. My first move from that first job I talked about, someone just called me that so bank is looking for an IT auditor. Are you interested? I did not even know he was a vendor in that organization. And he just called me that I had them saying they want to recruit for so and so role. And he called me. Because we've probably met somewhere, we've exchanged contacts, and he knows what I do. You understand? So when you get to occasion like that, you might be sitting with somebody that might change your life. So build quality network within your career space. Two roles I've had in the, someone just called me that those roles were not advertised. Are you interested? Yes. Send your CV, come for interview. That's all. So when if you want to climb very fast, you need to build your professional network. Have quality people, not people that will say, let's go and watch football. I watch football too, so I'm not trying to, let's go and, you understand, you know what they tell you to go and do. Let's go and gamble, let's go and play sporty bet. You understand? Quality professional network. Practical experience, soft skills. Soft skills is very important too. You might know all the technicals, but if you're not able to present yourself, if you don't know how to manage people, you might not go very far in your career. Yeah. At my early career, I was also focused on doing the work. I spent 5 years on one level, on that first level, as an executive trainee, 5 years. I have certifications that even people that are senior me don't have. But I spent 5 years. When you start understanding that it is not only what you can do, you have to learn how to manage people. You have to learn how to manage your own emotions. You understand? You have to learn how to present facts. You have to learn how to do presentations. You now see that your journey, your career journey, will start making sense. Very important. Next slide, please. So the reality, you see a lot of trainings these days. 3 months, you become a cybersecurity expert. This one, those things are just ginger. You can't be an expert in 3 months. It's not true. You understand? It's what you do after those trainings that determines. I've been in this journey over 14 years. I can't even say I'm an expert. But you see someone that just did a 6-month course, he puts on his LinkedIn, cybersecurity expert. Yeah, laughing is like some of you have experts on your on your profile. Eh? How many people have experts on their profile? Eh? You don't want to raise your hand. So you understand, you know what you do what some of those people do to themselves. When you now go for interview, someone is trying to ask you expert questions, and you can't expert. You understand? But if you have even humbled yourself, they will ask you a humble question. But you've already told the person you are an expert. So please, some of those training, they are very good, but it's also good after the training, you do some personal development, some personal training. So go ahead. Next slide, please. Are we under attack? Okay, we are back. The server is back. Server is down. Okay, so bridging the training employment gap. Practical scenario training, a lot of certification that even give you this. You understand? They are not theory based. You have to. The exams requires you to simulate labs, go through some rigorous labs, and I used to tell people those are some of the exams you should take. You understand? I'll share some of them in the later slides. All those exams that allows you to do some practical, ethical hacking, defense, and all that. Those are some of the exams you should be looking at. Not all these theory, multi-choice questions. Well, those ones are good, but it is good to build skills first. Yeah. Build those skills, then certify the skill. Because there are areas that you get to, nobody has time to check those skills. They want to see that, do you have this, do you have this, do you have this, then I ask you questions. You understand? Industry relevant tools. Look out for tools that are relevant within the space. In ethical hacking space, there are a lot of tools that are very relevant. You start learning how to use those tools. Certification alignment. Look out for certifications that organizations, companies are looking out for. And start, when like several years ago, what I used to do, I look at job postings. Those job requirements, job responsibilities, I look at them. Anyone I see that I cannot do, I go and learn them. And that's how I built myself. Today, I don't need to go and prepare for interview. You call me for interview. Don't be scared of going for interview. Highest, they won't give you the job. They will not beat you. Have you gone for interview before and they beat you? You go for interview, some things I had them for the first time at interviews. I've had interview 2 hours, 6 hours. Yeah, 5, 6 different people, back to back. You'll be sweating under AC. Some things I had there for the first time, and I went to study them. So go, even if you don't like the job, go. You understand? You might learn something and build your confidence. It's another place to learn. Let them ask you anything. If they ask you the one, I don't know, move on to the next. But that thing you picked there, you go back and learn. Then mentorship, very important. I had, I started enjoying mentorship when I started my cybersecurity journey. Yeah. I saw my boss at that level. He was still reading. He was writing exams. He was someone that has like 4 masters and 2 Ph.D. And you are saying you think you have done enough. With over 30 cybersecurity certification. And he's still doing more. So get a mentor. Look for someone that's gotten to where you want to be. Yeah. Or is on that journey. Instead of passing through all those pain, let someone guide you. He has been there, he has passed through some things. Even after I left the organization, I still reach out to him. Because he has been there for a long time. So look out for someone that can guide you so that you don't make the same mistake. What took him 10 years to get to, he might, with his guidance, you can actually get it in 6 months. Mentorship is very key. And some people will come to say, come and meet you, please mentor me, mentor. And you will just give them some things to do and they will disappear. You want your mentor to be chasing you, or is you that will be chasing your mentor? You are the one that need help. Someone now gives you a guide. Instead of you to come back and give feedback so that he can assist you, you disappear. So it's very good, get a mentor. It will help you bridge that training, education, employment gap. All those gaps you had from school, they will help you bridge that gap. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of career paths in the cybersecurity space for beginners. Yeah, security operation analyst, vulnerability management analyst, governance, risks and compliance, the guys that don't want to be technical, even though they might understand some technical part, but they don't want to do all those ethical hacking and all the, but they're also very relevant because they help organizations comply with certain standards, security standards. They also understand cybersecurity concept. They can explain technical things to non-technical people. So if you have that gift, you can write and all those things. You can look at that space. It's not everyone will be a pen tester. Not everyone will be an ethical hacker. So you find this place where you have passion and you pick up from there. Next slide, please. So 3 key requirements. I think I've also mentioned it. Hands-on experience, training and certification, then building a quality network. Those 3 things are very key for you. Because it's very hard. Cybersecurity space is the space that you cannot look at your brother and pity him and say, come and work for me. You understand? Because when anything happens, they will sack both you and the brother. You understand? So most people want to employ someone that understands the job, understands the risks, and can do the job. If you own a hospital, you won't say your brother is looking for a job and you employ him as a surgeon. Will you do that? Who will do that? So that's the same thing. Because most times it's cyber criminals that write our KPI. Your boss tells you 0 incidents, non-negotiable. So you now want to bring someone that doesn't understand the risks of the job to do the job. It doesn't happen. So that's why you see the entry into that space is kind of difficult. People want to recruit people that understand what is to be done. You hit the ground running. Nobody has time to start training you on the job. But if you have anyone that is able to train you on the job, you need to hug that person. Because that person also has a lot of things to catch up. I think I've spent a lot of time. Let me rush through. Next slide, please. So beyond training, self-development is key. 3+ hours daily. At least look for free courses online, YouTube, the number of online, and get a mentor. I'll share some of those resources. You share this slide. You can share this slide with them. Next slide. So these are some certifications you can also look at for some foundational, some if you want to play in the defense side, if you want to play in the red team side, the attack side, GRC, and leadership. Those are some of the certifications you should be looking at. Yeah, they are very relevant in this space and can also help you while you look at moving up the cybersecurity ladder. Next slide. Yeah, so there's a link under this slide, pauljeremy.com. Yeah, but I think they will share it. So what this slide gives you, it's at all the cybersecurity domains are in columns there, and the work factor are on this other side. So you click on any of them, it tells you what that certification is about, how much it is, and how you can write it. You understand? So you go to that link on so that you get this full page. So each of those domains, you see if you want to focus on architecture, security architecture, if you want to focus on security engineering, if you want to focus on identity and access management, you just click on it. It shows you the link to register for the exam and the resources you need and how much you need to pay to write the exam. So I believe the host will share with you. Next slide, please. So these are some resources that you can use to learn. Most of them are free. So what you need to bring to the game is passion and discipline. Yeah. Some people will start and they get tired. Meanwhile, they want to be experts. So these are some of the resources you can use to build yourself along the line. Next slide. I think we're almost done. So key takeaways from our pep talk. Identify your passion, the interest, have a grasp of the basics. Decide whether you want to be technical or you want to go to the business side. You know, there are some people that don't do all this. They don't even know all these tools that you're talking about. There are people that they are within the cybersecurity space. They are salesmen. They can sell anything. You understand? So if you want to be on the business side, you can be on the business side. If you want to be GRC, also pick out that space. If you want to go technical, you want to be a defense professional, cyber defense professional, that's where the SOC, incident response, digital forensics and all, that's where they fall in. And the red team guys, the offensive guys are the ones that do the ethical hacking, pen test, vulnerability management and all that. This network with people with the same goal. You go to LinkedIn, go to YouTube, go to Twitter. There are a lot of people you see. Take on challenging projects. Very, very important. Yeah. I didn't mention, before I got the cybersecurity role, at the interview, they just asked me a question. And when I narrated the story, the interview ended. Why? When I was in my former place, there was an incident, and I was told to investigate. In fact, my team was told to investigate that incident, and it requires us carrying out digital forensics. Remember, I was in IT audit. Nobody wanted to take up that task because the knowledge was limited. But I had to do research, and I did that. And I shared the report. Before that, we had to take someone to the police so that they hold him while we do investigation, because that person was the key suspect. But after the investigation, the person was vindicated. And at the interview, they just asked me, have you done something like this before? I said, yes. Narrate it. Remember, nobody wanted to do that task. But I did it. I narrated what I did, how I took the system, how I removed the hard drive, how I did imaging on the hard drive and all that. And that was how the interview ended, and I got the job. So sometimes people run away from challenging projects, but you don't know some of those things gives you muscles to fight bigger war in the future. So it's very good. Take on challenging projects. They will allow you to expand your skills. In doing that job, I learned a lot of things there. And it also helped me navigate my cybersecurity. Attend relevant webinars, just like some of you are doing here today, to gain knowledge in the field. Legitimize your skills by earning certification. If you know it, certify it. I can hack. Go and get a certification that shows you can hack. So nobody will start asking you, how do you hack? How do you, just see, I have OSCP, case closed. I have so and so, case closed. You understand? So if you know something, certified. I read law. If they don't call you to bar, you cannot practice. You understand? If you don't go to law school, you cannot practice. The same way for medicine. If you don't do the house, you cannot, you understand? You cannot do it without a license. So if you know something, certify it. And almost everything you need is on the web. Just research. Research. And get guidance. I think this is the last slide. So it's never too late to start, wherever you are. If you have been in the wrong place, you're just like me, you started at the wrong, not where you wanted to start. You can still get to where you want to be. You just need the courage, the discipline to get through it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, OBIORA AWOGU, for sharing those insights. The floor is now open again for questions. Don't forget to send your questions to slido.com. And the code is 1728688. 1728688 if you're just joining. All right. Now, my question, or the first question is, with deepfakes on the rise, how can we protect ourselves from falling victim?
Okay. Though that's not part of my presentation, but I think I can answer that. There are always patterns to these things. Yeah. So you look at patterns from. Sometimes you can get patterns from the picture. Hello. You can get patterns from how the motion pictures are. You can also look at, there are several AI tools that can also help you detect deepfakes. You can run those videos or images through them, and you let you know, because most images, most videos have metadata yeah, telling you when, where, and how they were taken. So you can also use those tools to recognize and identify deepfakes. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, another question is, can someone do the business and technical sides together in cybersecurity?
Of course, there are roles that are called pre-sale engineers. Yeah. In most organizations, you see the pre-sale engineer, he goes out, look out for business, yeah, and also be a part of the team that also implements some of those solutions. So you can, it depends on where people that started as engineers still later go on to be salesmen, go on to do the business side of cybersecurity. So you look at where your passion is. If you know how to talk very well, you know how to convince people to change their mindset. Yeah, you can sell ice to an Eskimo. Yeah, I think it would be good you go to the sales side. But it's also good to learn the technical side so that it helps you in achieving some of your non-technical goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You talked about getting ready by preparing yourselves, even if you haven't got a job yet. Just make sure you're ready. Now, there's a question here. As a beginner in cybersecurity, after gaining experience and self-taught activities and projects, how do we get roles for professional internships or jobs?
Thank you. Very good question. So, you know, there are a lot of these internships are also advertised. Yeah. For those that advertise, you can always apply for them. But I do tell people, you can start by volunteering. Yeah. You might not be paid for it, or you're paid some stipends. But that experience you're building when you volunteer your skill, it goes a long way. Yeah. Because when you now get, you are now interviewed for a role, those experience count for you. But if you're waiting for, they must pay me 1 million naira before I start, they must pay. You see someone just finished school and his first job is asking for 1.5 million. You understand? You're not doing yourself good, yeah, because people who even started and start building their experience, start building skills, they will go further than you while you are waiting for that big job. So if you've gotten some form of experience, self-taught, look out for people that you can volunteer to work for them while you are waiting for that role, the paid role. It's very, it will not, you don't lose anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now, there's another question here. Sir, how relevant is ISC2 certification, and on a scale of 1 to 100, how important is that certification?
ISC2 has several certifications, so the person did not specify, but ISC2 is one of the most recognized certification body. You understand? I think recently they made their entry-level certification free. The CC, Certified in Cybersecurity. It's just an entry-level certification, yeah. But it also lets employers know that you have done something. Yeah, if I have two people, this one is a fresher in school, only coming with his BSc, and this one is coming with his BSc and a CC. I will take the person that, because he has done something, he has gone the extra mile. So if you're looking at certifications, ISC2, they have quality certifications that are very, they're in demand, that can also help you get a foot into the door. Yeah, because you need to get there to tell them what you are able to do. So when they put up a job and they say you must have this certification, if you don't have any of them, you can't get a chance to come for interview. So as much as possible, that's why we say if you know it, certify it. Get some of those. CC is free, so I encourage everyone here, just enroll for it. The training is free. The exam is free. It should give you a heads up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to merge two questions together. Certifications are expensive. We all know that. What about cases where someone can't afford them? Again, after... Okay, let's just do that. I think more questions. Okay, yeah. Please, how do we have access to voluntary roles? So 2 questions. We know that certifications are expensive. How then do we go about it? Because some people can't afford them.
Yeah, certifications are expensive. There are some that are free. So people who always say certification are expensive, if you still ask them, have you done the free one? They've not done it. You understand? I see it as an excuse. I was a teller, I was earning less than 50,000, and I was writing exams of 120,000. It depends on what you want. You save towards it because you know this is what we give you a breakthrough. You understand? There are a lot of things I did. I denied myself to write some of those certifications. So certifications are expensive, but you know it is these certifications that will give me a breakthrough. So you go for it. Yeah.
So how do...
No, hold on. I want that point to land very well because a lot of people keep saying it. Yeah, CC is free. There are a couple of other certifications that are free. CompShare Plus is not that expensive. One of the cheapest. There's CISA, there's that's CYSA, there's CompShare Security Plus. Those are not very expensive. You can save towards it and write it. Yeah, I was denying myself a lot of things to write those certifications. Yeah, it took me over 7 years before I even had my first car. But from the first, second, third year, some of my colleagues were already riding cars. Again, it is what you want that drives you. Today, I have brand new cars that I did not buy with my money. My office, when you get to a point, you don't need to buy those things again. You get a job, they give you a car and give you a driver. So it takes pain. You have to take that pain now. The person saying certification is expensive is holding an iPhone 16. So how do you marry that? You understand? It is what that you need to take some pain, deny yourself some things. All those things you are chasing now, you will get them in abundance. You understand? So please, you can start with the free ones. If you check my profile, I have over 40, and some of them are free. Some are, most of them are paid anyway, but some of them are free. Start with the free ones. It will give you some understanding of cybersecurity space. You understand? So that excuse of cybersecurity exams are expensive, as you don't need to use it. What was the second question, please? How
can they access voluntary roles?
Like I said, there are a couple of, there are several methods. Yeah. One, when you build network, you meet a couple of people here. You understand? Know where they are working. Hey, you guys have open roles. No, can I work for free? You make if you don't go out there, you might not have the opportunity. Yeah, so you shoot your shot. There are times before I started my career, after NYC, I go to VI, enter the office. What was I doing? I was looking for anybody that would give me an opportunity. Ogulano Drive used to be a very techie place that time. I entered almost the office, and that was how one of them said, okay, come, but we are going to pay you 5,000. I say, no problem. 5,000. But what did I learn? I learned how to set up a system from scratch. I can go to Computer Village, buy all those parts, and couple a system. You understand? I understood everything on the motherboard. Those are the things I was learning there, but if I wanted them to pay me, I don't even know that. You understand? So look out for their organizations that are startups and all. You can render your services for free. Just teach me. I will give you everything. I will give you my all. At some point, my boss then will just send me to several of his customers in Ikoyi, everywhere. Go and fix their system. But before then, I couldn't do that. But I could have been waiting for a paid job that will never come. But I used that opportunity. They were paying me 5,000 for 1 month. But I was using it to learn. I trek to the place, trek from my house to the place, and I learn. So internship, volunteer work, it's if you keep your ego aside, you'll be able to do those things. Yeah.
So it is safe to say that you have to be the one to create your own opportunity by making a move first. Right. So I may not be able to ask all these questions here, but let me just ask maybe one or two more and we'll call it a day for this session. Yes. Is there a need to join the ethical hacking class? I have very beginner knowledge. I do not know much about it, so I don't think I will understand it.
So when they say master, that's why I keep saying some of those names will make it scare people away. Yeah. When you hear master class, you think it's for people that are already masters. No. Yeah. It's just that they compress a lot of things into that class. Yeah. So you join the class, at least it gives you a head start. You are not there to learn everything ethical hacking at once. You understand? It's so that you have a head start. You know where you can now go and spend more time. You understand? There are several domains in ethical hacking. So you now look at where you should prioritize your time and effort. So I encourage everyone to be part of that class. You learn a lot of things. I know some of the trainers, they are very good in what they do, and they are recognized in the industry. So it's better you join the class and you actually have one or two things to take away.
This question is very important. So what is the one top quality you look out for the most in candidates during interviews, aside certifications?
So for me, I look at the right attitude and someone who have gone above and beyond. Yeah. If you have done more than is required. Yeah. If this job requires you to be a 5 and you are a 9 or a 10, it means you've done more than is required for that role. Yeah. Some scenario questions might now also try to find out if you have the right attitude. Because within the cybersecurity space, your emotions also matter. How you manage intense situations, war rooms, incidents, cyber incidents. At that point, sometimes people don't become ethical. Yeah, people just want to do things to make sure that incident stop. You understand? So how people manage some of those incidents, how they are able to make the right decisions also matters. So some questions during interviews and all will also show the kind of attitude that person will have in certain situations. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm going to ask one more question, and that will be all. Now, a question is, are you open to being a mentor? And if you are, how can we go about it?
Yeah, you're setting me up. Okay, I currently mentor over 25 people. I have them in a WhatsApp group. Yeah. share resources with them, check in on their progress, share opportunities with them, and so I'm actually open to mentorship. I like mentoring people that actually need mentoring. Yeah, some people just want you to be, this is my mentor, but anything you give them, they've never done it. Yeah, you give them this, how far, where are you, have you done the exam, have you, no feedback. So people that need mentoring are actually very few. People that actually want, they are actually doing and not hearing. Yeah, you hear and you do. Yeah. So those things, for me, I like people that want to learn. Yeah. I got the opportunity to have a mentor who helped me fast track my growth in the cybersecurity field. And I'm more than willing to help other people to fast track their own growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, OBIORA AWOGU. Did you hear that? So if you want him to be your mentor, you have to listen and what? Good. So you'll get more information on that later on how to reach out to him. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for
Thank you.
taking our time to answer our burning questions. Thank you so much, sir. All right. We appreciate your presence. It's now time. I was speaking with one of our sponsors earlier this morning, and I asked him, why is it that hackers are never invited to parties? And he said, well, it's because they always try to crash the parties and hack all the foods and drinks. And I just laughed. All right. It is now time for us to network. This is networking session, right? And we are going to do something. I'm going to be asking you a few questions, but before then, I would like us to interact with at least 5 persons. Different, you heard what he said. You have to network. When you come to events like this, you're not meant to just sit and listen all day, and after that you go back to your houses. Then how do you implement what you've learned? So first of all, let's start this way. Reach out to 5 persons. I said 5. It has to be up to 5. Then I might add maybe 2 more to it. And no, that's not all. Let me just finish up. Tell them your name. Tell them what you do. And exchange contacts. I hope you know that contacts are different from phone numbers. Do you know about that? All right, so make sure you're exchanging contacts and not just phone number. That means that after exchanging contacts, you reach out to them later. After today, you reach out to them, follow up, and if possible, see each other again. That's how to build strong connections. So let's do that now. 5 persons, right? 5. Why are you isolated there? Come over here. Thank you. I can see some people are on their phones, and that's not nice. Five persons. Amazing. If it takes you to leave your seat and move to the other person, just do that. Feel free. Feel free. Explore the hall. Move around if possible. I can't see some people exchanging contacts. You need to do that. And from there, you can even ask them if their organization is employing or open to volunteering, things like that. Yes. Well done. Thank you very much. I'm watching some people. Well done. I wanted to put a time limit to this networking session, but I won't do that until you're done. So I'll just wait for you. Are we ready?
Sorry, don't be annoyed.
There's no problem. It's part of the lesson.
I want to continue this learning. I don't want to stop it, like you said.
Okay.
After this place, is that not what I have? How do you continue? Is it with the company flyers? Or is it I want to continue on the AI learning and the actors quality there? Yes, I'm on the platform. It was a church platform that moved us to from RCC to those of shower. What are you doing? Okay. It's on the job. It's big on the job. Thank you. Nice meeting you. What's the name?
I'm Sandra.
Hey,
Looks like you came late.
no, I came very early. I came early.
So I'm Sandra.
Presentation is okay.
Sponsors again. I've given them room already.
There are going to be two. Are you doing another one? But this one maybe will not reach 15 minutes. Just
It will be up to.
so just you say that, okay, please, thanks so much. We hope you got many people. Then we have some announcements. Then we can gather the speakers. Then from back, I'll signal you when the speakers are ready.
All right. Thank you. I think we've had enough time networking. Yes. That was amazing. Thank you very much. You can go back to your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for cooperating. Thank you. Now, before I give room to our sponsors and partners to say a few things, I'd like to ask us a few questions. This is just going to be like a mini quiz. Let's just have time to answer some questions, right? I'm going to be asking you a few questions. Now, what does the term zero-day vulnerability refer to? What does it refer to? Zero-day vulnerability. Who knows? Raise your hand if you know. Okay. Please, this session has to be very interactive. Thank you.
0 day is a vulnerability that has not been exploited before. A vulnerability that has not been exploited before.
Thank you very much. A vulnerability that has never been exploited before, right? Okay, number 2 question. Is that correct? Right? Partially. Somebody wants to explain better.
So 0 day is a vulnerability that has just been discovered. So it has like a very high threat level. So it's something that has just been just recently discovered and needs to be patched immediately. So it's not just about something that was just discovered. So it was discovered, but it's very, very critical. So, maybe it can be like, there's a recent one now that is happening. This Microsoft SharePoint CV now is affecting Microsoft so much. So they have to patch it immediately. In fact, they haven't found a patch for it. So 0 day is a very, very critical stuff most of the time. So it's a vulnerability that just been discovered, and it's very, very critical that people need to, patch it up. So yeah, that's just my contribution to it.
Oh, thank you so much. That's a contribution. I appreciate that. The options I have here are a vulnerability discovered on the first day of the month. B, a security flaw unknown to security vendors with no availability patch. 3, or C, a malware that deletes itself after 24 hours. D, an encryption method that expires daily. B. So B is a security flaw unknown to security vendors with no availability patch, right? That's correct. Thank you. All right, number 2 question. Yes, put your hands together. Thank you. Yes. Number 2 question. Which of these is not a common social engineering technique? A, phishing. B, pretexting. C, baiting. D, quantum tunneling. Should I go again? Which of these is not a common social engineering technique? A, phishing, pretexting, baiting, and quantum tunneling. Okay. Somebody is asking, what is quantum tunneling? Somebody's going to answer that very shortly.
So sorry. So I'm going to pick option B, pretexting,
Okay. So why is your answer that?
because phishing is the act of collecting information. Like it's like a malware where you collect information from people when you connect to an unrecognized or a website that is not secured or does not have the HTTPS. Now, baiting is a way you also collect information from people, but it is not the same as phishing because of few differences. Now, I actually don't really have an idea of quantum tunneling, I won't lie.
Is there anyone
But
here?
out of all of them, the only one that I feel does not really work in the system social, I don't think it's pretexting, because to me pretexting is like, okay, I want to text this person this, what I think in my mind, I don't know if I'm correct. Somebody might have a counter answer, but for me I just think it's pretexting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. Yes.
Hello. So, first of all, I don't know what the quantum tunneling is. So, I will say it will be quantum tunneling because pretexting is part of, if you are doing social engineering, you're just trying to get information from somebody else. And if you're not with the person in person, you can also do it via phone call or message, just trying to lure the person to get comfortable with you. They are all part of gathering information. So, I'll go quantum tunneling.
All right. Are you trying to say that the answer is not there? Quantum. Okay, quantum. Okay, which is not. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Question 3. Quantum tunneling. Yes. Number 3. Yes. Okay. Please listen to this quick announcement.
Hi everyone. Sorry to interrupt the Q&A session. Someone who came for the conference is looking for their laptop. It's a silver HP laptop. No need to panic. He was sitting around this section. So please, can everyone just check around their seats, you know, see if maybe it's under or something. Thank you.
Thank you. Please check around. In case it was placed very close to you also. All right. Number 3, SQL injection attacks. SQL injection attacks primarily targets what? I think I didn't ask that well, sorry. SQL injection attacks primarily target what? Okay. Somebody who hasn't answered, yeah.
The answer is a database server.
Okay, yes. Databases, specifically web applications that interact with databases. Thank you. We are going to answer one more question, and that will be all. What does APT stand for in cybersecurity? Okay, someone else.
So do you want just the full meaning or with the definition? Okay, so APT is known as Advanced Persistent Threats. These are the type of people that they never stop, no matter what you do to bring them down. I'm sure most SOC people know them very well, especially if you're working in a very big organization or in a governmental organization. They come with different types of attacks. You try to block them, they go back, think about a better tactic, and then they come back with a more advanced type of attack. So that's just like the most simplest way to explain what an APT is.
Thank you. Another contribution. Hold on.
So yes, he said it's correct. It's advanced penetration threats. So mostly these are one of the most dangerous kind of threats you can get because they are majority are state actors, they are state-sponsored attackers. So they have a lot of funds. No matter how you take them down, they have a lot of funds to get back to you as much. Well, the best I would say if those guys are really under you, I don't think, yes, you can, but as much time you pull them down, they're going to find a way to get back to you. So, nation-state actors are really, except you are also a nation-state defense. But if you're a single organization, yeah, mostly going to be vulnerable to that attack.
So sad. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Ma. APT stands for Advanced Persistent Threat. Now, what is Advanced Persistent Threat? So this is let me say is a threat campaign in which a hacker or like a threat, there's a threat by a person or a group of people to a particular company or a particular site to take information, and it's actually done for a long period of time. That means this threat does not just come once and they back off. Let's say the threat comes once and they stop it or try to patch it up. Then they come with a better force and a stronger way to hack into that site or hack into that app to get the information they need to get. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. While we wait for April to give us some information, let me just announce that our sponsor, Wema Bank, is strongly behind the success of this conference. One of our sponsors, anyway. We have Zenith Bank, AfriHackBox, and the rest of them. Please put your hands together. This is ready. All right, one more question. Let me just ask this, and then we go into our panel discussion. Yes. What port, P-O-R-T, what port is commonly associated with HTTPS? All right, again, what port is commonly associated with HTTPS?
That's port 443.
Is that correct? Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. I appreciate all your answers and for making the session really impactful. Okay. Did you know, I want to talk about this fact. It's a fun fact, right? I hope you know. I want to believe you know. Did you know that the first computer virus was created in 1971 and was called the Creeper? It displayed, "I am the Creeper. Catch me if you can." Well, 54 years later, we're still playing that game, only that the stakes are much higher now. And thankfully, we have our experts, like our panelists, who know exactly how to catch them. Ladies and gentlemen, the session, the moment we've been waiting for is finally here, which is the panel discussion. And we have a number of topics we'll be discussing in this session. I'd like to welcome our moderator who'll be leading this conversation. Please put your hands together as I welcome April.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, thank you for coming to the Hackers Secret Conference. The theme of today's panel discussion is staying secure in the AI age. To discuss this topic, I have 4 esteemed panelists with me. Please keep clapping as I call all of them to the stage. First off, we have Ms. ADESOLA OGUNTIMEHIN. Please keep clapping. Please keep clapping. Next up, we have Engineer Prayer UFOT. Next up, we have Mr. Delight Hamilton. And of course, we have the incredible Mr. Williams Olabode. Thank you all once again for coming for our panel session. The theme of today is staying secure in the AI age. Since the beginning of mobile phones, there's always been cyber insecurity. People have always tried to steal information, money, all sorts of things from phones. But now, with the presence of artificial intelligence, it's even worse. We have all sorts of things. We have deep fakes. We have all sorts of different methods so that people are now using artificial intelligence to steal information, and honestly, it's horrible. One of the most prominent ones are deepfakes, using software to create fake videos to orchestrate events that have never happened. First of all, we'd like to find out how deepfakes turn from fake realities to these ultra-realistic synthetic identities. Mr. UFOT, could you please help us?
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and thank you for being in the Hacker Secret Conference. I think this is 3.0, right? My name is Prayer, and I'm excited to be here. I thought someone would smile at my name. My name sounds very funny, right? Okay, I would like to actually give a little background of myself, so whatsoever I say can actually land perfectly. I don't think that will be off the point. Okay, thank you. So I have a background in cybersecurity, data protection, and artificial intelligence advocacy, and of course, I'm an artificial intelligence generalist. So what that means is I practically try consciously, purposefully, make sure that everything I do, I make sure I do them with artificial intelligence. So for those of you that might feel that working with artificial intelligence means you are dumb, I'm here to actually clear your notion that no, it doesn't mean you are dumb. It means you are trying to give your best, you're trying to optimize every single thing you are doing, and I advise you to embrace artificial intelligence because it has come to stay and it will stay forever. Okay? Just take that to the bank. Now, artificial deepfakes, like you said, are actually it actually started from video editing, the simple thing you know as video editing. Editing of videos, you take an image, you sit down with Photoshop and you start editing your pictures just to make them beautiful, to make them nice, to make your videos cut and join and make them work fine. That is the origin and where deepfake started. So artificial intelligence just came in to amplify all those things. So I would say at a crude level that making deepfakes have actually started before artificial intelligence came to actually amplify it, optimize it, and make it more effective. And with the advent of perfect models, with the advent of what we call generative adversarial networks, with the advent of diffusion networks, it makes these things very, very effective. So this is where it all started, and it has now come to a level where we can now do something that is near perfect, something that is at least a 99-point-something% that can actually fool a lot of people. And that is just the origin and the start of deepfakes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honestly, from what you said, that's actually terrifying. Of course, AI has a lot of benefits, but the amount of harm that can be done with it, it's actually terrifying. But if you think about it, you begin to wonder whether it gets to a stage where AI can escalate a cyber conflict more than humans can contain. Mr. Delight, with your professional experience, do you believe this is something that could happen?
Okay. Thank you very much, April. Thank you very much, the organizers of THSC, for inviting me again. So to answer your question, do you think it's something that could happen? I'll say like yes or no. Yes or no, mainly because as much as there's AI for the offensive part of things, there's also AI for the defensive part of things. Yeah. So people are constantly like developing technology that helps organizations and people actually protect themselves. So can AI develop to a point where it's escalated and nobody can contain it? There's a very big possibility. This is why people are being proactive and trying to come up with solutions and try to still impute that human touch in whatever AI is doing. So for example, in a day-to-day work environment, you have AI tools that you're mostly making use of, but there's always going to be like that human interface because AI can automate things for you, but you need to then now tell AI what you actually need to automate. You actually have to provide context for what the AI or what the solution is doing for you. So can it get to a point where there can be that mismanagement like she mentioned? Yes, they can, but that's why we then now put in controls that actually help you curtail and prevent such events or activities. Thank you.
To expand on what you said that there are already preventive and defensive AI tools in place in case of attacks. Mr. Williams, would you be able to expand on some of those ones that are currently used in cybersecurity today? And on average, do you think they are up to par with the attacks?
All right, thank you, Mrs. April. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Olabode Williams, and a penetration tester. All right, so AI is a good one if being handled at the right time, in the sense that in 2023, they carried out an AI attack trying to clone a CEO voice, right? And then they had to extract finances. That is some of $240 million from the management of the firm. Right, so AI is a good one when it's been handled in the right sense. But in the offensive part of it, in which we are actually working in the attacking aspect of it, AI has come to, AI is now very, very harmful, right? So we have to just be very, very careful when it comes to AI because we have so many tools in place. Like ChatGPT, for example, now ChatGPT can create so many scripts for you, right? If you want to try and carry out an attack, for example, now, you want to create a script in attacking. If you input your prompt on ChatGPT, ChatGPT can draft out specific claims attacking scams for you, and then you give to your client, your potential victim, and then you carry out and that eventually attacks successfully to the victim, right? So we also have so many tools in place like Gemini. We have Kali GPT also too and the like. So that's also for that, man. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Williams. That is very true. A lot of people have noticed that if you ask ChatGPT for something harmful and you say, oh, theoretically, or I'm doing a project, or I'm writing a book, it actually tells you step by step how to do that dangerous thing. Okay, so now we're aware that AI has been built to a certain point where it can be used for defense and it can be used for offense. But who takes responsibility for all of this? I mean, you create artificial intelligence, it's used for evil. Who is responsible? Mr. ADESOLA, when AI is used for negative purposes, who is responsible? The user, the developer, or the regulators?
Okay, hi guys, my name is ADESOLA. So for AI, yeah, we're all responsible for it because now we use it more. The funny thing is that I look at how we use AI now, and I remember back in the days when we were in school, you know, even as when we were in school, we could not even use Google for our assignments. But now people run to AI for the littlest things, even to write, I don't know, something you would just say to your friend casually years back. You just go to AI, please help me say something nice to my friend for her birthday or something like that, you know. So we're all responsible because we all use it. So both the developer, both the deployer, both the organization running it, people that are feeding it with data, we are all responsible for it. So it is what you feed the AI that it brings out back to us. Do you understand? So we have to be responsible for our usage, whatever you're using it to do. If you go on X now, you will see how people terribly abuse Grok. Small thing, Grok, do this one for me. Small time. I'm just like, if I'm Grok, I would have given up on Nigerians at this point, because I would just find a way to go into extinction. Do you understand? So we use it for basically everything. Grok is still also AI, you understand? Because we didn't have it on X about Twitter 2 years, 3 years ago. But now everybody leverage on it for even on WhatsApp, we have the chat meta and everything. I mean, I've never used it, I really don't know. So if you're using it often, right? Don't you think you're responsible for whatever it is that you're using it for? People will use Grok even to do the worst things on X. I look at them and I'm like, they could tell you that remove this person's clothes and you're wondering how. So that is why we have regulations in place. So regardless of whatever it is, we are all responsible for everything. They gave us this thing for usage. Now we are deciding on, am I going to be using it for something bad or something good? Do you want to blame me for using it for something bad? No. Do you want to blame the people that invented it now for our own easy usage? No. Okay, so we're all responsible for whatever it is that we're going to be using the AI for at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. ADESOLA. So in summary, all of us have to be very careful what we use artificial intelligence for. Because even though, let's say you don't even have a negative intention, but someone can take what you got from AI and make it negative. Okay, on to our next point. Mr. Delight, what does AI versus AI look like now in the current cybersecurity world?
Thank you very much. So what does that look like in the current security world? I think would be offense versus defense. And like I like to say, like in a typical work scenario, making use of AI to say protect your organization, automate how you're protecting your organization. Typical example would be like, you're deploying a SIEM solution or a EDR solution or a different type of solution, a security tool to help protect your organization. Typically want to go for a solution that has machine learning capabilities that can easily study human behaviors and try to come up with new rules per time. So that's how we're using AI for, say, the defense part of things. So AI for the offense will now be like Olabodi mentioned about making use of artificial intelligence tools to craft malicious, say, phishing emails, phishing SMSs, making use of creating malwares and creating exploit tools and exploit attacks for an organization. So AI versus AI will not be when malicious actors are creating these approaches, creating these tools, solutions, and means to exploit the organization. You have security tools that are also making use of machine learning capabilities and AI automotive capabilities to then spot these anomalies and then also then provide you with the perfect controls and curtailing the attack to ensure that your organization is then now safe and secure. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That sounds like a lot, honestly. It really depends on which side is going to make the most advanced tool first, whether it's defense or offense. But then it varies, doesn't it? I mean, what AI versus AI in a cybersecurity environment in Nigeria, it won't be the same as South Korea, it won't be the same as America. Everything is going to be different. Mr. Perea, what do you think is one of the biggest challenges in regulatory compliance across regions and borders?
Okay, so the biggest challenge is actually the compliance itself. I will say that it's actually the compliance itself. We discovered that we do not have a global regulation that actually regulates technology in, let me say, information transaction, information transfer, information usage, information access, information processing. Okay, you can call it data processing as well. We do not have a global general regulation for that. But we have GDPR that actually saves Europe, and most of the African regulations are actually drawing inspiration from GDPR. We have countries like China that has a different ball game entirely when it comes to regulations. We have US on the other hand that has a different ball game entirely. So when GDPR is a kind of like putting strict access to data and actually giving data owners that privacy and respecting those privacies, we have a country like China that your data is not even your own. Your data belongs to the state, and they can access your data at any time. You know, a regulatory body can just walk in and say, we need so and so access to this data because this is what we want to check. So you discover that in the global field, there is no level playground when it comes to regulations. And this is a very big one. It's a big one because you can have organizations that are cross-border organizations. I work for an organization that has a presence in about 8 countries and in like 4, 5 continents. And you discover that for each of these countries, you have to write policies that keeps you compliant to the regulations of those countries. Okay? I'm a data protection officer for my company, and I have to deal with regulations for each of those countries because I need to have visibility to what is happening there. And another huge disadvantage is the speed at which these regulations are changing. Government upon government just come in and in the course of one sitting or the other changes regulation and does a lot of things. So it's becoming very strict also in Nigeria here. Of course, in 2023, NDPA was actually activated, and just March this year, GAID, that is General Application and Implementation Directive, was implemented as well. And that makes it a very complicated system, both for cross-border transfers and all that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Okay, we've spoken about the individual. We've spoken about the countries across borders. But now let's go down to a company level. Right now we see the rise of a lot of startups. A lot of people are founding their own companies. You know, you make a product, you get funding, and you know, a startup is born. So, Mr. Adesola, we'd like to ask how, let's say I've created an AI tool for my startup. How would I find out if my development pipeline has been tampered with? And like, what are the most vulnerable points of a pipeline normally?
Okay. All right, so for that, I think before you even start deploying, you know, you write the codes, everything that your organization needs. So it has to meet the demand of what you're doing. And again, I would say that even before an organization, I don't know if a lot of organizations now in Nigeria adopt the same means, but right now, I think what people majorly do is they just feel like, okay, so I think for me, what I've learned so far is you can easily just purchase an AI product, like an end product. So you can just use it instead of trying to like rework your own, looking for someone to code it for you. I feel like people feel like it's more stressful for them to now start looking for engineers to build together for them when they can easily buy, especially for GRC, we buy automated tools that are already working. We just feed it with our own data. So we don't know what has gone wrong, or, you know, is it from the designing, or maybe when we're doing like a test of evaluation, they were detecting something is wrong, there's a backdoor somewhere, or whatever it is. But if you're there when they are building yours, you could start taking notes of, okay, these are the things that we have to look out for, these are the things that we need not to maybe 100% care about, you know, all those things. You have to like start notifying them. And now we have a lot of like AI engineers that are coming up as well. So you would need them if you want to build an AI product for your organization. So they are going to be the ones to detect the errors. Because sometimes if you just like outsource it to like a third party and they are bringing it in for you, you will probably, so a lot of people would not see if something is wrong at all. And by the time you realize something is wrong, a lot of data might probably would have been stolen, there is something wrong. So from the pipeline of building, writing the codes and everything else, if you're there, I feel like it's a better process for me than when I have to purchase from you. If I'm purchasing from you, like a GRC, there's a particular GRC tool, that is Vanta. If we're using that kind of tool now, it's already built. So all you need to do is to feed it with what you need it to do for you. Once it does that, you get your feedback. So if I get my feedback and the auditor is letting me know that the information you're giving me here, I can't see it in your system, what's going on? Will I be able to tell them that that is what my AI automation process gave back to me? You know, so all those kind of things are already there. So you look at it from the test of design, test of evaluation. How are you going to be able to imbibe this AI, maybe deployment process into it? So you're looking out for the supply chain risk associated to that. You're looking at the process of writing the codes. What information are they going to be needing to feed into the AI process as well? All those kind of things. They're all the things that matters. So in all those processes, there are risks associated to them all. Okay, so you need the AI professional to also look into it, and they are detecting the errors. They are, you know, making the necessary changes that they need to make. So those are the things that can help. But at the end of the day, everything has risk attached to them. We cannot totally cancel out, oh, I'm doing this, there's no risk attached to it. Everything has risk. You just have to look at it like, okay, at the end of the day, I hope I'm meeting compliance. I hope I'm not violating anything, because the moment you break the compliance rule, you're going down with it. So those are the things that you also need to check. So I'm just going to wrap it up by saying that AI is good for us, okay? But before your organization brings in an AI automated process into something that maybe you normally do yourself, you should always ensure that you check everything. All right, check every process, check everything that comes in. Because even in supply chain, or let's just say, for example, we have a vendor that brings things for us. In GRC, there's something called vendor risk management. You have to look at your vendors. What are the risks attached to partnering with you? Being your friend, what are the risks attached to it? Do you understand? So I need to understand. If I don't understand it, it means that anything you bring to my company, we just feed it into our system and we just move with it until there's a problem. And then you realize that your data is being tapped through the AI system that you're using or whatever it is. So all those things need to be looked at very, very well before you start deploying process into your system. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So that means anyone who is interested in, you know, getting a startup, it's not just about having a great idea and securing funding. There are lots of processes to pass through, and you have to be careful, because you break compliance, you're held responsible. And something that started off as an amazing idea, it just goes to a downward spiral. But something you said really stuck out to me. Something about how, you know, you have to automate the process, you have to regulate the processes. Like, these are language learning models. You teach them basically the way you want them to go. So I was wondering, the way you have to automate AI for it to go in the right way, I wonder if attackers can also automate AI to go in the wrong way. Like, from start to finish, this AI tool's work is to do nothing but cause harm. Mr. Williams, is there something like that already, or is that very possible?
All right, Ms. April, that's very, very possible. In the offensive part of cybersecurity, which we practice penetration testing, right, we have so many AI tools in place. For example, we have AI chatbots that will make you stand out as a customer representative or a romantic partner, in which you feel you are chatting with the customer representative, and they will ask for your bank information or your credentials, and they will use that to exploit into you, right? So we had a case that happened in 2023 in which attackers or scammers, they created fake bank item chat box in which so many customers had to input their bank information, their credentials, their credit card information, and then they had to extract so much of huge funds from them. We also have what we call spear phishing emails, right? ChatGPT can create you so many simple and neat emails for you that you can actually use that to exploit your potential victims. We also have what we call AI-powered malware. Malware is coined from the word malicious software, right? Imagine you as an attacker or offensive analyst. If you're trying to create a system hacking payload, MSF Venom, right? So if you create MSF Venom into a system, that's a payload, right? On the norms, your Windows will bounce back your MSF Venom, your payload, because you have security in place in your system on your Windows. Now imagine AI now powering that malware, that malicious software. That means automatically that software, that payload will automatically get a reverse connection on your system. Now let's talk about Android hacking. Evil Droid, for example, now when you create Evil Droid to your Android, if you're using version 14.0, they have security in place for that. Right, but if you're not having an Evil Droid that can bypass security protocols, for example, now that means you actually get a reverse connection, MSF Venom, MSF console into your system. Now AI has gone as far as powering so many tools that are in danger for us. AI is a very good tool actually, but on the other side, on the offensive side, AI can be so very, very harmful if you're not careful with that. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Williams. Mr. Perea, we were wondering how, as a startup founder, how do you achieve data sovereignty in your tools, in your products, when controlling customer databases?
Okay, founder, a startup. I don't think there is any startup that is going to have problem with data sovereignty, because when we say data sovereignty, we are practically talking about keeping your data inbound in the current jurisdiction where the owners of the data are. So for okay, let me not talk down on startups, because there could be startups that have connections with partners abroad. Okay, so data sovereignty is just my data is data for Nigerians. Our organization data, our startup data is data for Nigerians, so it stays in Nigeria. Our data, if we have partners in the US, our data over there in the US are American citizens' data, so it stays there in the US. So it doesn't move by. However, there are modalities, there are mechanisms that can help data transfer, even though data sovereignty is in place. Okay?
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but what if in the situation where it's a cloud, if everyone's information is stored on a cloud, do you still have that problem when it comes to it being across borders?
Okay, I think at this point, contracts comes to play. Okay? Perfect contract comes to play. However, it must be known that even if it is a cloud server, once the regulation is broken, it is broken, regardless of the server that is being used. Once a regulation is broken, okay, let's say Nigerian NDPA says Nigerian data should be in Nigeria, and I'm now storing my data in Azure. So what that happens is that in Azure, the server that they are storing the data, for instance, is that server located in Nigeria? Or is it one of their servers, maybe in the US or some other country? So this has to be put in place. So you that wants to maintain data sovereignty, you have to know by contract with your host, with your cloud host, where is my data being stored? And you evaluate the fact that the location where that data is being stored, does it stay in line? Is it compliant to the regulation, to data sovereignty regulation? So contract comes to play. Now, these cloud hosting companies, let me not say they tell a lie, but you might not know where your data is being stored, actually, because your own is to give the data to them. Their work is to store the data, and they might not even give you access to where the data is being stored, and they might not even tell you the truth where the data is being stored. So the contract actually says, okay, this is where this data is being stored. It is signed, it is put in black and white, and even though I am being tried for breaking the regulations, this is a contract I had with my vendors. I had with my, let me call them vendors now, that my data is being stored in the jurisdiction where it's supposed to be stored. So if at that point, that data is not stored in the jurisdiction it's supposed to be stored, and there is a lawsuit for it, then I can comfortably transfer the lawsuit. Yes, I can, because of contract that we have on ground. I can comfortably transfer the lawsuit to the vendors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So in summary, even in the age of tech, the most important thing is what you have down on paper in an official contract. Thank you so much for that. Another concept that we want to explore is ZTA, Zero Trust Architecture. Mr. Delight, would you please talk to us about ZTA and let us know how AI has effectively affected ZTA?
Good question. So how has Zero Trust Architecture, what's it about, and how has AI affected it? So for Zero Trust Architecture, pretty much means that you don't trust anything or anyone. So say, for example, there's this hall, we're trying to access the hall. So every time I step out of the hall and I'm trying to come back into the hall, imagine there's a security guard in front of the hall. At the entrance, every time I'm trying to access the hall, the security guard is asking, who are you? Why are you here? Can I see some identification? do you need to be here? All those type of questions. So pretty much that's what zero trust architecture talks about. It means questioning everything and ensuring that every access or every privilege that is granted to a user or a tool or a solution is an absolute need for it. There's a business justification or whatever justification you might want to call it about. Pardon me. So how has AI affected zero trust architecture? It means that in different case scenarios or different edge cases, there might have to be multiple checks. There has to be more effort put into things. So say for example, previously, maybe when I first started on my cybersecurity career, it was when we're maybe having like an awareness session and telling people how to spot phishing emails. We usually say, look out for spelling errors, look out for these very visible like pointers that you could see. Now with the advent of AI, now it's a lot harder to actually spot these things because I can just impute my text to ChatGPT, gives me proper English, proper diction, proper grammar, and then I'm pushing it out to other people. So zero trust now means that there has to be like a higher level of testing or higher level of questioning this input or questioning like every access or every connection that is happening within my environment. So simply put, that's how I see it as. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Williams, do you think AI is capable of tearing down zero trust architectures? Or do you think there are like specific models that can get past the barriers of zero trust architecture?
All right, thank you, Ms. Fit, for that. All right, so we have so many models in which AI can actually tear down. We have what we call primary learning model, in which AI can from the scratch build a profile, right? I can go to the internet now and look for a random person seated here now, and I will build a person profile from the scratch, and I will mimic the person identity on social media, right? And I can actually use that to actually reciprocate other victims over here and get more information from the person, right? AI can also build a lot of scam scripts. It is called learning models, in which AI will build a lot of scam scripts for me. For example, now I want to just sit down and scam a CEO of a company, for example. Now I can just input my prompt to ChatGPT, for example, and just tell him to give me a scam script that I can use to scam the CEO of this particular company. Now that will list out so many scam scripts like I can actually use to scam that particular CEO or individuals from that company. Yeah, so we have so many ways AI has actually built in so many adversaries to this cyber model attack. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. We've explored so many different sectors. We've explored AI when you're just an individual using your devices, how you must be careful of what you put into AI, careful of what you get out of it. You must verify all sorts of scams. Just because now on social media platforms, you can purchase verification. You can no longer take a blue tick as comfort that this is not a scam. So you must be very careful. As a company or a startup owner, you have to be very careful to follow compliance, have everything down on a contract, and be sure that there are no errors in your pipeline. Thank you so much. I feel like the last thing that I just want to find out is, Ms. ADESOLA, do you believe there will ever be an AI that we can fully trust? No negative side effects, nothing?
I really doubt that. I really, even humans, I'm looking at you, I've known you for 20 years. Do you think I can give you my 100% trust and say, yes, I can trust you? AI didn't just fall off from the sky. Someone sat down and built it. So the moment you're sitting down to build it, someone else is thinking of, how can I vandalize what this person has built? How can I use it for scams? How can I use it for anything else? So you can't fully trust it. Even when you use AI to tell you that most of the information there are most likely not correct, or don't be 100% reliant on it. So maybe do further research, right? So even AI said no trust in self now. So what are you saying? So you have to just be very careful with what you do online with it. You just have to understand that it is here to help you, but don't just push everything towards it. You want to go for an interview, AI. You want to write your CV, AI. By the time they start asking you questions, you're looking like, I'm never in this career. I've never been in this career. Do you understand? You're looking like, hey, hi, Abby. So it's just like, what's going on? So there's always going to be errors. There's always going to be a fault somewhere. And now, I like the disclaimer they always put on it when you use it. yesterday I was trying to help someone write a CV, and I was just like, okay, it's one kind of CV that I've never written in my life. And it took me almost 23 hours to write that CV, and I was reading and reading and reading. So I'm like, okay, let me even ask ChatGPT some certain questions. When he gave me the answers, I now looked down and I saw the disclaimer, it dropped there. I'm not like, now the AI is telling me that I cannot be 100% reliant. It means that I have to still go ahead and do further research to be very sure that this is actually true. So you can't 100% trust it. As I'm doing it now, you will see a lot of scam, a lot of things are going to happen in few years. And I'm really scared for us, because we have to start understanding, how do I detect, when you go on Facebook, you see all this about, even we that we feel like we are cyber smart. Some of us are very cyber silly. You will see some AI generated videos and you feel like, this thing is real. I'm like, how do you believe a human being can pull a car or lift a car, and you're telling me it's real? So they lift it from Facebook, they put it on X, and I'm always wondering, people are there like, how? You understand? So all those kind of things, they will come up. There's going to be deep fake, and the fake is going to be very deep, that if you don't sit down to, I trust you that you cannot do this kind of thing to me, you and I will fight over the fact that, how did you do something like this? I've known you all my life. Meanwhile, it was deep faked. Do you understand? So we cannot completely trust AI. We have to, as you're using it, please kindly look at the disadvantages of it. How do I detect an AI generated image, videos, all those things? There are softwares for that as well that you can use to check them now. So we have to be looking out for these things every time. A lot is going to happen in another 5 years, and I'm sorry, it's going to be a very serious technological, I don't even know, maybe advancement that comes with a lot of errors and a lot of issues. I will sit there, I'll be looking at you like this, and you'll be telling me, I'm not the one you're looking at. I'm like, I'm looking at you. I'm telling you, I'm not the one, I'm not looking at you. Do you understand? All those kind of things, they're going to come up. But look at the advantage, look at the disadvantage, understand it. Once you understand it and you know the pros and cons of this AI thingy, I feel like you'll get the hang of it and you're going to do excellently well in the usage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, of course, AI is not slowing down. AI is not going away. All of us just need to become more careful and less cyber silly. Thank you so much. Now we have the questions from the participants. Most of the questions here will just be thrown to the panel. Question 1, Sadiq wants to know, we know how nice AI is to us in solving general problems, but in the case of a high drive cybersecurity hardware, how can AI fight this dangerous hardware?
Okay, so if I get you correctly, you're asking that, or if I get Sadiq correctly, you're asking, there's been like a hardware that is created for the sole purpose of exploiting exploiting people, AI-driven hardware. How then do you go about protecting yourself? Is that the last part? Okay, so for every hardware that is that you have, is always has like a software backend. Yeah. So having that in the back of your mind makes you understand that for everybody that is developing or creating an hardware, there has to be like the machine learning part to it. There has to be like different pieces that come together as one. And for, like I mentioned earlier, there's always, for every offense that is emerging, because the threat landscape is increasing or is changing every day or every minute, there are also people trying to be proactive. So the example I gave of a SIEM solution, for example, or an EDR solution that has machine learning capability, it understands that, in this, for say, and let's call this create a scenario. So Sheba is the name of a fintech startup here. Sheba has 20 employees that log into the cloud environment every day. So for these 20 employees, he understands that for these 20 employees, they are online from the hours of 8 to 4 p.m. If, for example, like an AI-powered hardware is trying to exploit exploit Sheba as a company, the machine already understands the workflow of these 20 employees, and any anomaly that pops up or everything that is out of place that pops up, the machine actually like notes it down. So you most likely get an alert, which can then now be proven as a false positive, a true negative, or whatever the case might be for you. So the ability of the AI-powered hardware to actually exploit this organization is definitely possible if this organization has training or has like the solutions in place to help spot these anomalies. I hope I've been able to answer that question briefly.
Thank you so much. The next one is for Mr. Prayer. How exactly, what are the telling signs that a video is a deepfake?
Okay, so let's be very frank. Deepfake developers still have a lot of work to do to actually fool us on their videos if you take a very good look at those videos. If you, for a video to be developed, a deepfake video to be developed, there is a different voice trying to match the body movement of the character. So you need to check that. Is there a perfect sync between the audio and the body movement of the character? You also need to check things like the metadata of any file. There are a lot of apps out there. There are a lot of AI apps out there that you can just copy a video, put it, and it shows the metadata. Now, the metadata has to do with the timestamp of that very video, when that very video was made, when the video was captured, and whatsoever. So once you put any deepfake video into those applications, there are still AI applications as well. Definitely, from the timestamp, you know that they are fake. But sometimes you might not even need to take strays to go that way. Once you see a video that is fake, once you see a deepfake video, instinctively, there will definitely be a question. Could this personality say this kind of thing? The fact that you have that instinct means that something is wrong. So it's now left for you to now take a pause and take your time and watch that video, and you will know if it is a fake. Except you just want to, you know, we are the scrolling generation. We just scroll. We just scroll, and that is why it is getting to us, because we are easily moved by what we hear and by what we see. That's why this deepfake gets to us. But if you take your time to look at this video, you will detect something. But something very important, the audio and the character sync is very, very important, and as well as the timestamp. It's an assignment. Go out there and check for those apps where you can, those AI apps where you can actually use to check the authenticity of these deepfake videos. Thank you.
Thank you. Something you said really stood out to me. Something about, can someone like this say something like this? In this age of deepfakes and AI and impersonation, I think it's very important that every individual or company develops an identity, a brand, something you will do, something you won't do, boundaries, a standard, so that no one is swayed when they see a fake video of you. Well, thank you so much for that, Mr. Prayer. The next one is for you, Mr. ADESOLA. People are wondering if there is a way to minimize attacks, AI attacks towards a company. Is there something a company can do to make themselves, you know, less attractive to attackers?
Okay, so is there anything you can do yourself so that you don't fall victim to online scams and everything? It's the same thing that you personally have to do to protect yourself. It's the same thing an organization would do to protect themselves. Do you understand? Because the attack would always come. You know, at the point, sometimes I feel like I sat down and I wonder that, is it that people are so bored and they just want to check my company if it's strong enough for something, let's attack them. But like, it's boredom. Because I don't even know why I'll carry my life and then I'll do like, let me just be looking for vulnerable website or whatever it is to attack. But yeah, it happens. That is what people do for a living. Do you understand? That's what some people do for a living. So they have to invest all their time to it. You know, so now one thing I would always say is that always have a professional. That one, once you have a professional in your team, it solves most of the problem that we have because they are detecting, they are analyzing, they are seeing where the issues can come from. So when you see companies and they'll tell you that, oh, we already have a penetration tester, you don't need a GRC person, you don't need this one. At the end of the day, you will come and meet us to outsource. Because you want to see if you're in compliance. All those things, they all work hand in hand. So when you're checking compliance, you're testing vulnerabilities, you're checking those who are deploying Is it your third party that are bringing maybe your AI deployment or whatever? Are they the ones doing it and everything? You're checking them as well, because you also have to investigate them. You don't just bring people into your company and say, okay, come and do this one for us. You don't trust people like that. It can be from them that the issue will come from, and then boom, it becomes a problem. By the time you now start looking for a third party to come and help you investigate, they would ask you, who are your third party vendors? What supply chain management process do you use? Or how did you deploy this AI process? You understand? So a lot of things come together. But I would always say that if you're going to even start a company initially, why is it that, especially in Nigeria here, why do we feel like I can start a company today and I'll say, oh, I don't need you. I can maybe outsource this one. We can close this gap. Shebi, I have an ethical hacker. He will do SOC. He will do GRC with it. Do you understand? Then you now start distributing like, there's no segregation of duty, but one person is doing 3 people's job, and then you expect the best from that person every time. So it means that if I want to check AI compliance like ISO 42001, then it means an ethical hacker has to sit down to start understanding what the EU AI Act is saying and all those things. So these are the things that you and I need to also start looking at. You have to start looking at it. If it's not your duty, there's certain times in my company that they will give me certain things that are not my job. I'll tell you, I'm not a SOC analyst. I don't understand it. I understand, but I can contribute, but I'm not going to take it as my full responsibility, because if anything goes wrong, they'll come to you like, oh, I feel like you're a professional. You know, I'm like, GRS is different from SOC, ma. We're doing 2 different things. I have an understanding, but I am not fully functioned in this aspect. So we always ensure that if we're bringing in something that has been built by someone else, not someone in your organization, you have to understand that you have a professional in there that is checking every process, from code writing to deployment to the pipeline, maybe your CI/CD and everything else. Everything else has to be totally taken care of before you now start saying, let's start receiving people's data. And then even with the data, you're looking at the data safety policies. Are they available? How are you feeding this thing with data, and how are you keeping people's data safe? So you will not just wake up one day and see all your clients' data online, you know, with the account balance and everything, that you're in trouble. So your company is shutting down for life. So these are the things that we need to also know. If you know individually, you're able to tell your companies. Most of us are always scared of, oh, if I decide to tell my company that we need to hire like an AI expert to do this thing, they will ask you, you cannot do it. Sure, you cannot do it. Am I not paying you? I pay you, so you should be able to do it. Some would even prefer to send you on courses to go and do it. But there are things that I feel like the right professional should handle. This is what they studied. This is what they really studied. So people that are looking into going into AI, these are the things that you have to also understand. You have to be able to function efficiently when it comes to understanding what the pros and cons of AI usage is. You know, so once you know these things, what are the things that can personally affect me as an individual, I feel like you'll be able to also understand what would affect your company on the long run. When you're able to understand that, okay, in what tactics or what techniques are these attackers going to use to explore me as an AI user, then now look at my company using it as a full-blown, for projects and everything. How do you think they would attack us? You look at those places, and then you now start bringing into your mitigation processes. How do we mitigate this risk? How do we cover these loopholes? Once you cover those things, it will be very hard for attackers to even infiltrate your system, no matter how you deploy your AI and everything. So I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So no matter what, don't shortchange, don't cause costs on professionals, because of course they know what they are doing. Okay. And the last question we have here is for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, the people want to know, is it possible, here it says programming language, but then let's generalize it. Do you think it's possible to build or create a programming language or an AI tool or some form of software tool that would not be vulnerable or susceptible to any attack? It would be able to combat every type of attack.
All right, thanks for that. So I will begin from what Delight was actually saying. I want to just add to that and to what ADESOLA said. Right. So someone asked a question regarding how to attack hardware, right? So I want to say this, that AI can actually basically attack a hardware by just scanning through the hardware and tell you where to attack and break into the hardware. Right? I don't think you understand what I'm trying to explain to you. Now, for example, now this is my system. You can have an AI tool that will scan through my system now and look for a way to break into my system security measures. Right, so I'm back to what ADESOLA was saying. I strongly agree with her, but then I want to to add to what you were saying, user awareness is very, very important in defense's security field, right? You have to make your SOC analysts aware of what's going on, the evolving threat, right? And let them be able to understand and identify AI threat happening in the cyber world at the moment. So regarding yes, would you be able to build a tool? Is it a tool? All right. So regarding programming language, most times when you build tools, but AI can actually create out script for you. Before now, you have to build script or build the tools manually by inputting. Maybe you're using Python, JavaScript, HTML, and the likes, right? But now AI can actually draft out script for you without even going as far as learning coding. For example, you want to create a payload. Maybe you want to create a PHP shell payload for a VAT connection on a vulnerable website. For example, now maybe you're using DVWA or you're using VulnWeb. When you use your upload command prompt, for example, you can build your PHP programming language into a PHP shell using nano.php, and then you input your programming language there, and then you upload on your vulnerable website. That will give you a reverse connection. I don't know if you understand me. Offensive security analyst, are you here with me? Do you get me? Right? So when you get your nano.shell, your PHP, you input your code into it, and then you now get a reverse connection. So AI can actually write out script for you without even you knowing how to write programming language. This reset modern word. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. This was such an enlightening panel session. Everybody is so excited. We have so many comments on the live stream. Thank you so much. Please clap for everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much for that wonderful and insightful session. Please, another round of applause. Thank you. Yes, I hope your questions have been answered. I want to believe you have taken note of everything that our speakers have said so far. Before we go straight to the next session, I'd like us to quickly try out something. I'm all about fun. In as much as we want to learn or we have been learning, I want us to also have a good time. So right now, we're going to try out something. And that's going to be our tongue twisters. Tongue twisters, yes. It's very simple. What you're going to do is you're going to say this tongue twister 5 times in a row, just straight. And that's it. So let's see who is bold enough to try this. Now listen, let's have it on the screen. Aha. Secure server, safely sifting sensitive secrets. No break in between. You're just going to do that straight for good 5 times. So let's see. Let me start. Secure server, safely sifting sensitive secret. 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 Okay, I tried. Yes, right? Who wants to try now? Okay, the first person. What's your name? Tell us your name.
So my name is Justin. Justin. Yeah. So, secure server, safely shifting sensitive secret. Secure server, safely shifting sensitive secret. Secure server, safely shifting sensitive secret.
Thank you very much for trying. I appreciate. Some people have not spoken for once since we started. So I'm going to go to those who haven't spoken. Thank you for raising your hand. Let me hold on for now. I'll move to the back. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Damola from Digital World Tech Academy. Secure server safely sifting sensitive secrets. 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 Secure server safely sifting sensitive secrets.
Well done. You did well, even though there was a little break in between, right? Yes, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Yes, I'm at the back now. I want to see who. So I'd like you to try. You don't want to try? Okay. Who else wants to try at the back here? Okay, you. I'm going to point someone. Thank you. You don't want to try? They are afraid. Who else? Who's bold enough to try? Just one more person before we move on. Okay, so you raised your hand earlier. Yeah.
So my name is ADESOLA. Yeah. So secure server safely. Please let's start. Secure server safely safety sensitive secrets. 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 Secure server safely safety sensitive secrets.
Thank you. You got the first 5, but the 6th one was too fast that you mumbled. All right, thank you very much. I think he's the winner, yes. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him. All right, that was amazing. Interesting. I like tongue twisters because we get to hear funny words that come out of it at the end of the day. All right, it's now time for us to go for our ethical hacking games. It's going to be happening right there at the back. We're going to meet with OGUNTIMEHIN, right, for the CTF challenge. There are going to be a number of things you'll be looking out for there. CTF challenge, yeah. Escape room, pick a lock, and so many other penetration tester tools. So I'd like you, within the next 15 minutes, we have only 15 minutes to do this. So please move to the back there and check out what we've got. The game is going to be happening right there. We can move now. Thank you. Okay, please, let's do it. Let's make it group by group because that place will be crowded. Thank you. So let's do it. Let's have 10 people go there first. 10, only 10 for now. 10. Or that could be too few. Okay, let's make it 15. Please move. So that the place will not be too full, please. It's okay for now. It's okay. Please come back. Come back. Thank you. Go, go, go. You can go. Okay, for those already there, you can just spend like 2 minutes or so. 2 to 3 minutes. We'll be back so we can allow others to. Okay.
It's here from WebWise.
The first program, I could not complete it. It's not my friend there. But I was doing the AI program.
Yes, I did software engineering, but I stopped halfway. Of course, I couldn't finish.
I think it's so technical. You get it. I wanted to do it on another phone, but oh no, I couldn't.
No. I have a laptop. I was engaging already, but I was too occupied. I think I was working at that time in a particular organization, so I couldn't cope. So I left that, and then I did VA course. I finished that for 3 months, yeah. And after that, I did What's the? Oh Jesus, that was last year. I did two major aside the call software engineer. So I have two certifications right now. Yeah. Although I'm not using it, I hope that I'll use it one of the time. So
You're a very fantastic compare.
I appreciate it.
You just to compare. You don't do MC.
Yes, MCing is part of comparing.
You don't know. I mean, like for this Alaga Euros.
The weddings.
Yeah.
I don't
Just
know.
official.
Because it requires so much energy, and I know.
Just official.
Official, corporate. That's what I do.
This one pay.
Not really. Even those ones pay too, depending on the kind of wedding you hit. If you hit good one.
when Eve gave Adam the fruit, and Adam's eyes was open, and he was like, oh my God, what a beauty. And then God was like, Adam. Guess what he did? He used lemongrass to cover his, and cover his girlfriend's body. And then Eve was like, why are you using lemongrass? He said, because if God smells it, he will not buy us. He said we should not eat the fruit. So it was that lemongrass, as God was smelling it, he was like, Adam, where are you? I can smell you. Then Adam now came out. Eve now came out. So God was like, you know what, I forgive you because of the potency of the lemongrass you guys are using to cover your body. Now that is what I do. I work for NADOS. I work for NADOS, and NADOS is a botanical name for lemongrass. Now, the potency of lemongrass gives akanuchi. Do you get? It was that lemongrass smell that gave Adam that, inspiration. So we brought lemongrass and put it into a diffuser for you. We put it in essential oil. We put it in your bath soap so that as you are using it, you'll be getting akanuchi. And we're talking about Hackers Conference, yeah? I know that you need inspiration. So put my diffuser in your office, put my diffuser in your house. Or more. Like ideas will just be flowing. And even when the devil wants to tempt you, God is like, no, there's lemongrass in this space. When I see lemongrass, you do what? You pass over. Do you understand? So we use the potency of lemongrass and put in different products. Our stand is over there. Make sure you get yours today. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
What a beautiful presentation. Thank you for the story. All right.
Do you know cybercrime
yes, it's now time for our final session for today's program, and then we'll call it
at risk. Hackers are constantly finding new ways to exploit vulnerabilities, and the best way to fight back is through knowledge. The question is, are you ready to dive into the world of ethical hacking and cybersecurity? Learn ethical hacking techniques from the top cybersecurity experts at HSC conference. Whether you're an IT professional, business owner, student, or tech enthusiast, this HSC conference is designed to equip you with knowledge and practical skills to defend against cyber threats. By attending this conference, you'll gain the skills needed to protect businesses, network with industry leaders, safeguard data, and contribute to the cyber resilient environment around the world.
The cybersecurity revolution is here. Are you prepared?
Did you know that over 52 million USD was lost to cybercrime in Nigeria in 2024?
Do you know cybercrime is always on the rise, and businesses, governments, and individuals are at risk? Hackers are constantly finding new ways to exploit vulnerabilities, and the best way to fight back is through knowledge. The question is, are you ready to dive into the world of ethical hacking and cybersecurity? Learn
session, and this is going to be led by a senior application security engineer at Marco Fence. All right, please put your hands together as I welcome Al Amer Badmus. Please put your hands together. Give him a round of applause. Please, while we wait for him, send your proof of payment if you haven't, and if you had already, please get ready. If you haven't paid, you can make your payment now. It's going to be a very interesting session. I can assure you that. Okay, please put your hands together. Again, put your hands together. He's here now. Put your hands together. All right. I'll just leave the stage for him to take over.
Keep the people who have we send them out of
What?
we send them out. That's the thing. See, there's no demarcation. It's like they'll be going because conference has ended.
Okay.
So you know what? Should we just?
Yes. It's gonna be on that screen. Yes. Yeah, it's fine.
What I would do is, if you have a page, have aided sessions, we're going to just end the session with those who are paid. Okay. Yes, let me just end it. Okay, so.
All right. We are trying to know those who have paid through the proof of payment and those who haven't paid. Now, for those who have paid, will have to stay back, while those who haven't paid will have to have our vote of thanks. So I'll be calling Mr. Israel to give the vote of thanks. Is he here? So let's put our hands together as I welcome Mr. Israel to give the final vote of thanks before we call it a day. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together for Mr. Israel.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. I hope we all had a great time today, learning and listening to the great minds of the cybersecurity space that came to address us today. So especially I want to thank everyone for coming. Out of your busy schedules, you made time to come. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Our guests, we do not take you for granted. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. And once again, I'd like to thank our sponsors from Wema Bank. We say thank you. We appreciate you. Afri Agbox. I know Zenith Bank is here. Amongst others, we appreciate you. Thank you very much for making this a reality. And to notify you, it's an annual event, so we'll be expecting you next year. It's going to be bigger and better. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of a truly remarkable event. We came together to code in the shadows and to strengthen cybersecurity. And then I believe we have achieved just that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Thank you for your energy. We really appreciate you. Once again, my name is Sandra Jonah. Safe travels, and I'll see you next time. For those who have paid, please stay back. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.